All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design Working Group. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be helping with the logistics today. Before we get started, just a reminder that this presentation is available out on the ISO website. You can get to that page by going to CAISO.com. And then on the main homepage, you'll want to click the Stay Informed tab. And underneath Stay Informed, you'll see Policy Initiatives. If you click on that link, it'll take you out to our main Policy Initiative landing page. And down towards the bottom of that page, you'll see the link out to the Ramped Working Group Initiative page. And then this presentation will be one of the very first items posted there. So if we could go to the next slide, just a couple housekeeping reminders before we get started. So this call is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. So any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And these working groups are meant to be collaborative and intended to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives. So while we always welcome your comments and feedback, just a reminder to please keep those professional and respectful today. Next slide, please. We will be pausing for questions and comments today. So if you are in the room, please remember to use one of the microphones so those on the phone lines can hear us today. If you connected to audio through your computer and are joining us virtually today, you can raise your hand by using the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your screen. And then if you are joining us on the web conference today and you dialed in outside of the web conference and you're just using your phone, you'll need to press #2 to raise your hand. And then a reminder for everyone joining and participating today to please remember to state your name and affiliation so that we know who the comment or question is coming from. And then if you're online, you can also send your question through the chat to all panelists, or you can send it to me directly. Again, my name is Isabella Nicosia. Could we go to the next slide? All right, so this slide here just shows where we are at in the larger CAISO stakeholder process. So we are here in this kind of pre-development space, working on the discussion paper and working groups before jumping into the development of the policy proposal. Next slide. So the agenda for today, in a moment, I'm going to hand things over to Partha to introduce our new facilitator, Danielle Powers, who is joining us today. And then Danielle will go over the working group goals, and then we'll hear from some ISO staff on outage and substitution, covering background, mechanics, analysis, and then some information on plan to forced outage in PRR 1122. And then we'll take a quick break and hear from the ISO DMM, and then take lunch. And then coming back from lunch, we'll hear from the City of Anaheim MRP and the rest of the working group on outage and substitution and performance and availability incentives. Take another quick break, and then Danielle will cover some of the stakeholder feedback that we received from the February meeting. And then lastly, Partha will cover some more information in regards to outage and substitution, specifically surrounding problem statement 2 and some of the possible recommendations. And then we'll leave some time at the end of the working group to cover next steps and provide a preview of a working group survey. So with that, I will turn things over to Partha to introduce our new facilitator.
No, thank you. And I'd like to kick it off by saying thank you to everybody who joined both online and especially the folks who joined in the room. As an added incentive to the people online, I just let you know that the ISO has a great hot breakfast here today that the people in the room are getting to take advantage of. So I can't make the commitment for the next meeting, but at least I wanted to say that there's some probability that there'll be hot breakfast in the future, at least based on this precedent. So yeah, really appreciate the people who joined us. So yeah, for the folks who didn't have a chance to read our notice, we're having a transition in our facilitator. Jeff McDonald, who had been leading our first 4 working groups, excited for him. He had a new job as the independent market monitor for ERCOT, leading that process. For us, that means we're having a transition in terms of our facilitator role, and Danielle Powers is the CEO of Concentric, our consultant Concentric, and she's going to be really handing over. We're really hoping for like a smooth transition in that role. You know, she's been got up to speed nicely in terms of listening to the past discussions we had. We've had a number of briefings with her, as well as with Jeff for transitioning that role. So we're hoping for a smooth transition and sort of continuing with our working group process. And maybe Danielle, I'll turn it to you to give maybe a little bit more background on yourself. You can discuss a little bit. I know you have a wealth of expertise in the RA space, some in California, but as well as a lot in the ISO New England and other markets. But yeah, well, with that, I'll turn it over to you, Danielle. Can you, please go ahead.
Sure. Thanks. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Danielle Powers. I work for Concentric Energy Advisors. I worked with Jeff up until a couple of weeks ago. As Partha said, he had a really good opportunity down in ERCOT. So we're sorry to lose him, but very happy for the opportunity for him. So I am stepping in to fill Jeff's shoes. And my background is just briefly, I've worked in the energy industry for about 35 years. Background is power generation, and worked in that for several years. Then worked for ISO New England, helping to design the capacity market in New England. And I've been working on resource adequacy issues ever since. And I moved over to consulting about 18 years ago, and spend most of my time in the power markets. So I have spent quite a bit of time reading all the notes from the meetings, going through the videos. So while you have a different construct here, I'm very familiar with all of the concepts. So my role is going to be facilitating, making sure that the discussions are robust, that people have a chance to provide their opinions, or in some cases provide solutions, refining problem statements, and just making sure that we move the initiative forward. So that is who I am. Can we go to the next slide? I think most or all of the people on the call today have seen this slide. The working group goals in terms of developing principles and goals, developing problem statements, which I know you're very far along in that process, aligning on priorities, and establishing sort of how the meetings are going to go. I know that's still a work in progress, as well as refining some of the problem statements and the sub-issues around some of the major problem statements. And then importantly, getting to the point where there are action items to move some of the sub-issues into the development phase. Next slide, please. I'll quickly cover the meeting goals. So the meeting goals for today was facilitator transition, which we just did. And I think the majority of the discussion today, or a good part of it, is going to focus on outage substitution, forced and planned outages, how those get reported, how capacity is substituted for planned outages. We'll also go through the stakeholder comments from the February 13th meeting, and then talk about next steps for the next meeting, and then process going forward. And with that, I think I turn it back to Partha, correct?
Yeah, thank you so much, Danielle, and take it away, Partha.
Yeah, no, thank you. And yeah, really appreciate that. And so like the next step, we're going to have a brief presentation just to sort of level set with where we're at related to some of the planned forced outage topics and related substitution issues. And I thought first, I was going to provide a little bit of background on sort of the problem statements. And like one of the things that we're going to be looking to do fairly quickly is to like understand, we're a little bit on sort of what the problem statements are included in the original discussion paper, as well as some of the feedback that was received by participants. And that, ultimately, I think we're looking that we have a number of speakers as well. I'll acknowledge them. We reached out to these speakers really based on the comments we received, as well as outreach that they provided. If we want to flip to the next slide, I can give sort of a little bit of background, one more, on the problem statement. So at least that's sort of we were originally framing the problem statement on planned outage. I won't read the problem statement out, but really was kind of acknowledging that there's been a change in the market processes and the ability to provide substitution capacity for planned outages at reasonable prices, and that our processes are likely creating some unintended consequences, both for participants in the ability to do timely maintenance, as well as for the ISO and our ability to get substitute capacity when needed, such that we can reliably operate the grid. And so sort of between those issues, as well as the RAIM, which we'll be discussing a little bit, we really want to sort of look at these things holistically to say, hey, do we have the right tools and processes in place? And I think what Anya's going to get to and momentarily is that we've also really had an extended of initiatives. I think we had 6 different proposals, in terms of the solutioning that happened, back in 2020. The years passed. 2020, 2021, in terms of solutioning out different options going forward on this to try to address these. And so we're going to get into some of the specifics in terms of what those solutions might look like, but also we recognize that the market's changed. And so it might be as well of the problems and assumptions we had even 4 years ago might look different in terms of what the experience has been by participants and how that market has changed. So we're really wanting, so while we had a process and a plan going forward 4 years ago, we really want to make sure that we're getting feedback and are updating kind of the problem statement and making sure that we have good input from you all in terms of what you're seeing in the market, what your experiences are with our outage substitution processes. And we're really kind of having common understanding, with the ISO and with other participants in terms of how the processes are working. The last thing, at least I'd call out, and this wasn't really a part of the scope originally last time, but I think at least it warrants probably some discussion based on the changing grid, is we have the last bullet here of requirements for RA capacity. And this is one, just a big sort of what I call out with, with the changing RA fleet, where, different resources provide different attributes and different hours, that there's been some questions and some people have brought up sort of the idea of do we need to have, like for like substitution or something that sort of represents the fact that, if there's a unit that's out that's providing energy needs, it might be different than if there's a unit that's providing sort of other attributes or capacity needs during peak hours. And so there's sort of some question of to what degree do our programs need to evolve, and what's the timing look like of those evolutions in light of the changing grid mix and needs. And so that was something that was sort of clearly not in the scope of the previous round of iterations, but probably warrants some discussion, at least in terms of our problem statement, on to what degree would our outage substitution processes, as they evolve, need to solve those type of issues. So if we want to flip to the next slide. So I'm again probably not going to go through this, I'm not going to read this slide. This is really more of a kind of maybe sort of a direct tie-in to our panel, really, that's going to be happening. These are some of the feedback we got, both in terms of the working group comments, as well as Vistra's comments that we received in the policy initiative catalog related to reforms to the processes. And some of them were more of on the prioritization side. We didn't call up everybody, but there's a number of parties who really kind of indicated, yeah, this is really a high priority item. We didn't get to, we indicated, at the end of the policy initiative in 2021 that we would be revisiting some of these issues, particularly with respect to the outage pool, but I haven't gotten to the yet. And so a number of participants were really highlighting the need to sort of re-institute that process, but didn't have sort of specific recommendations. There's other parties that I think were a little more specific in terms of saying, hey, we have problem statements that we're really wanting to articulate and we're wanting to provide to the group. And I sort of call out the city of Anaheim, I know that you've sort of provided this as well as Vistra. And so we're going to be really kind of delving into some of their discussion on the problem statements, how they think, describing some of their experience, as well as I really think getting into the solutioning here. And so I think that, which is great. I don't think that we would necessarily need to have just a discussion of the problem statements, but I think we're going to delve in and out of sort of folks who sort of see pathways forward in terms of trying to help address this issue going forward. So maybe I'll stop there for, is this a good time to maybe pause for, see if there's any questions, and then we can, I think Anya is going to provide some of the background and at least level setting on what we were discussing back in, where we ended in 2021 and the pathway forward that we saw at that time. But yeah, any questions to start?
So again, for our audience online, if you want to raise your hand, you can raise your hand by pressing the raise hand icon located at the bottom of your screen, or if you dialed in separately, you'll need to press #2. Do you have any questions in the room? All right, not seeing any online either.
All right, I think we can move to the next slide. So as Partha mentioned, I'm going to provide a little bit of a recap of the history associated with the RA enhancements. Some of you may have worked on these proposals at the ISO or been engaged in the stakeholder process. Some of you might be new to this, and it's really meant for those that were new or needed a refresher. I'll note that prior to the RA enhancements and prior to the 2021 implementation of RA Phase 1, the ISO allowed for planned substitution months in advance, but it wasn't until 20 days advance of the month in which CAISO would declare if that capacity was necessary or not, which created uncertainty if that capacity would be required. And so as part of RA Enhancements Phase 1, the CAISO developed a RA substitute capacity process, and Abdul is going to talk more about that. And that was kind of slated for Phase 1. What's on the slide are some of the enhancements that were discussed as part of a potential Phase 2 of our enhancements. And I'm only providing this for background. But one of those proposals was having a portfolio assessment of system RA showings and a sufficiency testing for backstop. And the goal here was to understand if the CAISO had enough RA capacity to meet its operational requirements in all hours. And so there was a planned test for system capacity at the individual level and portfolio level, as well as tests for flexible and local needs. I'll note that the key differences from kind of the backstop that exists today was because UCAP was kind of envisioned with Phase 1, that the assessment for system would be based on the UCAP value. And the other difference was that for local studies, there'd be an assessment for all hours. The other proposal at the time was a planned outage pool to see if there could be a potential pool available to essentially eliminate the POSO process. And in effect, it would allow resources to take planned outage without having to provide substitute capacity because this pool would be available. It was envisioned to be kind of a forward look, and there was a proposed calendar that would show kind of the headroom above UCAP that would be available for substitute capacity. I think there was a lot of details to be worked out in terms of if someone provided capacity to the pool, what level of access they would have, kind of the price associated with accessing that capacity. Would it be a market versus kind of a payment for the capacity to that resource owner? But some of the goals were that it could eliminate the planned outage substitution process and create more headroom and more availability of capacity without needing to potentially withhold it. So wanted to provide some of the flavor of the past RA enhancements as we get into some of the challenges with the contract today and talk later in this discussion about potential proposals for the future. And with that, I'll turn things over to Abdul to talk a little bit about our RA substitute capacity process that exists today.
Thank you, Anya. All right, good morning, everyone. Next slide, please. Okay, so well, I'll start with some background about the current, planned outage, forced outage substitution processes. A lot of you are probably familiar with this, but to those who are not, hopefully this will give a good insight of what's going on, and then maybe talk about some of the operational challenges that we've been observing. So the planned outage substitution process is pretty straightforward. This is as of 2021. This is a new process as of 2021, which essentially says all planned outages have to provide substitution. All planned outages that are impacting RA capacity has to be fully substituted or otherwise get denied. So the outage would get denied by the CAISO if the generator does not fully substitute the impacted RA capacity. So applies everywhere with only two exceptions. Transmission-induced generation outages. These are outages that are that take the unit out or derate the unit due to transmission work, and off-peak opportunity outages. And these outages, we have a specific definition of the timing of those outages, but they're usually in the off-peak hours or in the weekends and holidays. So these two are exempt from or do not have to provide substitution. Essentially, this new process that we called Resource Adequacy Substitute Capacity, or RASC, this was a replacement to the old POSO process. And essentially what it does is it runs right after the RA showings are finalized. The RA showings are finalized at T minus 30, so 30 days before the start of the month. The next day at T minus 29, after everything is finalized, we run this assessment based on all the shown capacity, up-to-date submitted planned outages, and then assess what outages impact how much RA capacity. And based on that, we assign substitution obligations. And then after that, the scheduling coordinator of the resource, AKA the supplier, has exactly 24 hours to provide substitution. Otherwise, their outage gets denied. So we run the analysis every day at 8 a.m. After the analysis is done, the supplier has an opportunity to submit substitution. And then the next day, before 8 a.m., anything that is not fully substituted for would get automatically denied. So just kind of a little bit of background here. 24 hours seems harsh, but I think the idea here is we're not telling the generator at T minus 29 that they have to substitute. This policy is saying when you're scheduling your planned outage in a month in advance, 2 months, a year in advance, if you're planning to show RA capacity on that resource, then secure your RA substitution at the same time or soon after. But you have from that time all the way till T minus 29 to secure the substitution. It's just the 24-hour window is a window to provide the substitution to the CAISO, not just to contract it. It's probably very hard to contract it and secure it within 24 hours. So that was the intent, is to remove the uncertainty. There was a lot of problems with the old POSO process. One of them is the uncertainty. Generators didn't know if they're going to have to substitute or not, because that old process was if all the planned outages cause an aggregated deficiency at the CAISO, then we start asking for substitutions. So people didn't know until we ran that assessment. That assessment didn't run until 8 days before the start of the month. So if, imagine you submit an outage 2 years in advance, a long range outage, and you don't know if you have to substitute until 8 days before the start of the month. And if you don't, you get denied. It was a huge problem. So we solved it by removing the uncertainty and saying, make sure you provide substitution. Now, that's a pretty easy way to say, okay, obviously, if you require everyone to substitute, that will remove the uncertainty, but doesn't remove the challenge of finding substitution, which we acknowledge. And I think at the time we said that was an interim, and that's why we're bringing this up as, an urgent and a needed change, an enhancement to our process. So definitely acknowledge that. We acknowledge that even at that time. By the time we went live in June 2021, we were already, we barely had any excess capacity. So even if we kept the old process, we would probably be assigning substitution to everyone. It's just, it would happen 8 days before the start of the month, and they don't have the certainty. Now they have the certainty, and they have a little bit more time, heads up. So maybe a little bit better, arguably, but some of the challenges are still there, which I'm going to get to. Next slide, please. I'm going to show you guys a kind of a timeline to help out, and this is available also on the BPM. So, for example, an outage that comes in anytime before T-minus 29. 29 before the start of the 29 before this 29 days before the start of the month, any outage that is submitted anytime before that, they follow that process, which is, at T-minus 29, the first run that happens at 8 a.m., we pick up that outage, and then once that analysis is done, they have 24 hours, which is till the next day, to provide substitution. And you have an example here of, the orange box is showing the duration of the outage and what's the curtailment. The green box is saying this is the month, from T-minus 0 till T-plus 31. That's essentially the RA month. This is the RA capacity that they have, or the impacted RA capacity is 20 megawatts. So they have to provide 20 megawatts of substitution by 8 a.m. of the next day. Otherwise, the outage gets denied. Very straightforward, but a little bit, well, definitely challenging for sure for folks. So that's how it works. The next slide, please. This is an example of anything that comes after that. So then the process runs every morning at 8 a.m. So if your outage is submitted after that T-minus 29, which means it's a short range outage in our outage coordination terms, it will get picked up, in the next run. So if you submit it right now, which is 9:30 roughly, it will get picked up tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. You'll see your substitution obligation, you'll submit it, and then the following day, 8 a.m., if you don't fully substitute, your outage is going to get denied, with the two exceptions that I talked about. Very, very straightforward. And we run this process all the way till the end of the month to capture any new planned outages that get submitted. Next slide, please. All right. Forced outage substitution is very different. Planned outage substitution is a requirement, is an obligation. You have to substitute, otherwise your outage is going to get denied. Forced outage substitution is more of an opportunity for you. If you have a forced outage that's impacting RA capacity, you're exposed to rain penalties. If you want to mitigate that exposure, you can provide substitution. So it's more of an opportunity, not a requirement. We can't deny those. So those forced outages, they must happen. The unit is out or is imminently out, or derated. So that work has to be done. There is no denial there. So it's more of an opportunity, however, exposes you to rain. As we all know, rain has flaws, and one of them is the price. The penalty price is $3.71 per kilowatt month, which is 60% of the CPM soft offer cap. So really low, as you can see, and then it has a lot of exemptions. At the resource level, there are some resources are just blanket exempt from RAIM, so there is no incentive for them to provide substitution for forced outages. And some outages are exempt from RAIM. About half of the nature of work types in our BPM have RAIM exemption. So, we have a question? All right, go ahead, Adeline.
Can we go back on the previous slide? So the substitution obligation, when you were explaining, okay, you submit a new outage before 8, and next day at 8 a.m., CAISO will send to the generator the needed substitution obligation. But between the submission and CAISO sending the substitution outage request, do you do any kind of analysis here to see if the substitution capacity is really needed or not? I feel it's automatically. If you file in RACI a 20 megawatt outage, substitution would be kind of automatic. There are no assessment here, right?
The assessment is purely mathematical. You know, if the outage is impacting the RA capacity, then a substitution is required. So not, we do obviously when we study outages in the outage coordination / engineering, operations engineering world, that's a separate parallel process that's happening. Outages come in, there's timelines, engineers study them for reliability. That's all done. So it's not, you know, and we don't approve outages unless we know that we can reliably allow them to happen. In parallel, the RA substitution process is just, it's attempting to secure system capacity and maintain it. That's what's happening, and there are parallel processes happening at the same time.
Hi, it's Steve Keen from Edison. I have a couple of questions. One following up on that. You said you checked this to see if the outage is affecting the RA. I can't remember the words you used, the RA situation.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I mean, how would an outage to an RA resource not affect the RA situation?
So a partial outage, if the outage is partially curtailing the unit or derating the unit, and that derate or curtailment is not impacting the RA capacity, then we don't require substitution. So basically, we stack the RA capacity at the bottom. We start taking the curtailment derate from P-max. So let's say it's a 100 megawatt unit, and let's say it has a 20 megawatt RA. If it's a full outage, then they have to substitute 20 megawatts. But let's say it's a 50 megawatt derate. The outage is only derating the unit by 50 megawatts. Then you still have 50 megawatts available, or 20 of that is RA, no substitution is needed.
Okay, and that's done on an individual unit basis. It's not
Correct.
done on an aggregate basis.
Individual unit basis, that's correct.
Okay, and then one other question, just if you can go back to one of the two slides you were, yeah. The outage duration in these examples exceeds the substitution obligation. That part before the substitution obligation, is that just is that because that's considered a forced outage at that point, or?
No, it would be a planned outage, but it would fall under the prior month's RASC process. So what we're trying to say here, the RASC process is targeting an RA month. And then for that duration, that's before T-0 is what you're asking about, that falls in the prior month. So if it has its own assessment process, if it impacted RA capacity, then it would have needed substitution in the prior RASC month.
All right, thank you.
Mind if we open up the phone lines for
Sure.
others?
Yep, that's a good time before we go to the challenges.
Do we have any questions over the phone lines or the virtual participants? I'm not seeing any hands raised and nothing in the chat, but Ryan, do we have any callers on the phone only line?
No raised hands on the phone only line.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so that's the background on outages and substitutions. Now, some of the issues, the biggest challenge is really people struggling to find substitution. We hear that all the time. And one of the main reasons that we're seeing the challenge of finding substitution is the tight RA capacity. Well, I don't want to say market structure. So there isn't, it's very hard. People tell us this all the time. Obviously, we don't have full insight of what is the non-RA and what's happening there. And that's why, again, that transparency item that we have in the working group, very important for us so it gives us insight. But what we hear from generators all the time is, CAISO, I'm having a hard time finding substitution. There isn't any. And we know the capacity market is tight. So if you put the two together, I think that kind of explains it. But that's a big problem. Probably the biggest driver for the challenge with substitution is the tight capacity market. The second thing is the prices, which is obviously it's impacted by the first item. So really high prices. If you're looking at planned outages, even if the price is high, they'll still have to pay for it if they want to take their outage. But if it's a forced outage and RAIN is at $3 and change, it's very hard to say there's an incentive unless I already secured substitute capacity. Some people do that. They secure some substitution ahead of time for their outages. If they have that, they're probably going to substitute. Otherwise, there's no incentive to procure substitution when the price of RA capacity is far higher than the price of the RAIN penalty. So a huge problem there. And then another problem is all the exemptions that RAIN provide. As I mentioned, there's so many exemptions, which means even if there's a lot of capacity and it's cheap and everyone is substituting, that's still about half of the outages, roughly, that they don't have exemptions. So we still lose a lot of capacity for forced outages because of these exemptions. So some problems there. Now, what does this mean? It means a lot of things, a lot of challenges for people, but I think from a CAISO perspective, the biggest challenge that we are concerned about, and everyone should be concerned about, is when people can't find substitution, they cannot do their maintenance work. And if they can't do their maintenance work, their unit gets deteriorated, it gets impacted, and now either it's less reliable or they're forced to take forced outages to do imminent. It becomes imminent now work that is needed, and it goes from the forced nature to the planned nature to the forced nature, assuming it's a valid plan to forced. I think we're going to talk. We've talked many times in the past. An invalid plan to forced that violates our tariff, we do report those to DMM and FERC. But a valid transition where the resource has to take it's imminently going to break down, or it did break down, then it has to take a forced outage. That's a problem. We don't, reacting to forced outages is a lot less, desired outcome to the CAISO than proactively studying and planning planned outages. Planned outages come in advance. We have time to study them. We have outage coordination. We can move things. We create mitigation plans for reliability and grid operations. We definitely prefer things to come in the planned time frame. Forced time frame is more reacting and create many challenges in grid operations, other than creating challenges for the generators and for the resource, which means reliability challenges is a problem to the CAISO, the generators, and to the LSCs. So this is everyone's problem. Just because the substitution obligation is on the generator, I think it doesn't mean, other participants shouldn't care about it. Everyone should care about it. We should take care of it because it's a serious challenge. So let me pause here and see if there's any questions. Or do you have something to add, Partha?
I'd also weigh in as well, just maybe to add to what you said, like to me those seems spot on. But I think I'd add to it too, is like what participants have said is like, I think it's a concern that we've discussed internally is that, part of what this process is doing today and that participants have acknowledged is creating tightness in the RA market where individual participants are having to hold back capacity for their own substitution needs, which creates a tightness in the whole market in terms of the ability for persons to show, as well as, transparency and visibility issues to the ISO where this capacity is not being, shown as RA to the ISO market. So I think that these are all kind of embedded in the problem statements that we had and that we've heard feedback from participants of saying like, yeah, these are things that we need to address as well. But so that's my 2 cents. Any
Excellent. Yeah. Thanks, Partha. Definitely. I should have said that. The withholding of capacity is a huge, there's different things that kind of we think that impact the withholding of capacity. And definitely from a CAISO's perspective, we want people to show us everything they have and let us operate the grid and decide what to dispatch as needed, let the market commit units as needed. So showing us just what we need is perhaps based on, assumptions that are made in the planning time frame, as in, CEC forecast, PRM and all that. Those assumptions, if we get only what we need based on those assumptions and real-time conditions prove otherwise, then we can get in trouble. So definitely CAISO's preference is always to show us everything you got. And these outage substitution rules perhaps, disincentivize that to Partha's point.
Steve, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand some of this. This is Steve Keen from Edison, by the way, I'm sorry. One question I have is just, is this a problem that you see in the summer months only, or is this something that happens year round? And that's getting at how important the tight RA market is, because, you know, if you're seeing the same problem in January, there should be a ton of resources available to fill in and substitute for it that aren't shown on RA plans. That's one question. And the other one is just something that I don't know about generators. I mean, how they have, if they do annual maintenance, I assume they're scheduling that in the off-peak periods, obviously. What type of maintenance outages are we talking about? You know, are these, you know, like a couple hours, you need a couple hours to essentially do like an oil change on it or something? Or is it, you know, you need to rip it, suddenly something breaks and you need to like rip it down completely?
Okay, so for the first question, I think we've seen it outside the summer as well. More in the summer, but even outside the summer. And the main reason is to the second thing you mentioned. Most maintenance work gets planned in the off-peak months. So if without planned outages, you would, yes, sure, you have a lot of capacity, but once everyone starts to come in and try to do their work in the off-peak months, things get tight again. So we've seen it in the off-peak months also. For the second question, it's all types and, you know, different types of maintenance work, mostly regular maintenance that are needed on the unit, replacing parts. Sometimes parts about to break down and they get there and they schedule their crews and they order the equipment. Some equipment comes from outside the US, you know, it depends on the generator. So they plan their work. They just have time before the item or that work can wait. So they plan for it and they get their work scheduled and they do it. Sometimes it's a day or a few hours, and sometimes it's an entire month or multi-month. So those planned, I don't want to say all are maintenance, some of them are not maintenance, but those planned outages, they come in all shapes and types.
Any other questions in the room? Okay, we do have a hand raised on the WebEx, so let's go ahead and unmute Claudia.
Just to add a little bit to the generator, it's Claudia from Chevron. Sometimes even when you plan your maintenance and say it's a major inspection, which could take 4 to 6 weeks, a lot of times you're doing so much work that when you put the unit back together, maybe it doesn't always go back together and run immediately as you planned it to. So yes, we try to plan all of our maintenance in the off months, but sometimes, a lot of times, things don't always go as planned.
Thank you. That's a very good point. And appreciate that feedback. And I encourage all the, other suppliers, generators this is a good opportunity to shed light on the challenges that you're seeing in this topic.
And
I was going to offer from a process perspective, we have time. This meeting is a great opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
We have time dedicated. We also, I think, have Abhishek to share some of the analysis for a brief period of time. So I was more recognizing the fact that I'm really hoping that we have a extended dialogue among participants around their challenges and some of the solutioning. So I was more just cautioning about having everybody weigh in at this moment in time. But,
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we have a panel item for that.
Yeah. I'm hoping we really do have a robust discussion with a lot more examples, a lot more sort of people sort of describing, here's my specific challenge, and sort of to the degree they have solutions of like, here's how we can make our process better. We can kind of get into that into more detail.
we do have one more question on the WebEx.
Sounds great.
Okay, Kathleen?
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I was sort of going to ask that process question. I am getting a little confused, Partha, so thanks for chiming in about how you want to manage this discussion. I know you just kind of talked to it, but I'm still confused, so can I ask and follow up? I just need a little bit more clarity on if you're looking to have dynamic conversations throughout today, or if you're saying that you have space at the end of the day, or something in between.
We have time set aside, and that's where at least we're going to have, we have some people who are sort of, from Anaheim, Mill River Power, and we'd obviously reached out to you offline based on your comments in the stakeholder catalog to share those perspectives of the challenges, as well as some of the solutions that I know that you included. So that was at, what time was that?
You'd like to have it in that space, okay.
2 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll hold the discussion piece. If you don't mind, while I have the mic, I'll just clarify that Vistra has been communicating and submitting these comments for the last several years to the CAISO. We've filed FERC filings, we've had meetings with leadership, we've had meetings with staff, we've submitted the comments in multiple different venues, including the gas management effort. So what we sent to the catalog is really just a reproduction of previously submitted comments over the last several years.
No, thank you.
Thanks for having the discussion.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And yeah, I mean, to your in general, obviously, I think that we're hoping these working groups are sort of dynamic and can sort of float where stakeholders obviously want them to. I was more, we might have Abhishek for a limited time, so I was wanting to make sure that we were able to have him share some of the analysis around that he's conducted, and then the DMM has various thoughts and analysis that they've conducted. And I kind of viewed it as like, once we have that information, now we can have a little more of a robust discussion around hearing from you all, and then refining the problem statements and solutioning a little bit. So yeah, but thanks Kathleen, for that clarification.
Completely understood. It felt like Steve Keen was asking a question to the generators in the room rather than the CAISO, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, and to agree that I really like your weighing in there. Yeah, to agree that people want to jump in and answer questions from each other, absolutely. If someone's teeing up a question, you're the right person to answer it. Yeah, absolutely. Please jump in. But yeah, without any other questions, yeah, maybe Abhishek, you willing to sort of jump in and share some of and so like maybe as Abhishek comes up here, like part of the context was, what we're really trying to do is, provide, we've gotten some feedback on sort of data analysis that's happened, and we recognize the fact that, we've had a changed market, from where we were at in 2020, 2020, 2021. And, there's a couple of factors, like obviously we had policy changes that happened in terms of different processes. We also had a change in the market, where the market is significantly tighter. There's a lot of good questions being asked about like which months and which hours. And so so part of that was sort of, here's some initial analysis or send the context in terms of, what are we seeing in terms of planned and forced outages, and how has that sort of changed over time? So with that, Abhishek, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Partha. Can you go to the next slide? So basically, I think just to give a little bit of background, since this was more into the outages, we wanted to just look at the initial analysis of what kind of forced outages have we seen across the years, starting from in the last 5 years, starting from 2019 to 2023, what kind of forced outages, planned outages. Just wanted to give a brief analysis and see what it is. So this slide basically tells you that what kind of the forced outages for RE resources across 5 years. We've seen that there is a slight increase starting from 2019 to about 2023. There is a seasonal pattern, obviously, but there is where you have these shoulder months where the forced outages might be a little higher and the summer months might be a little lower, with the exception of 2022, where it was a little higher due to the weather conditions, temperature, and it was a pretty hot summer. 2020 at that point. So just wanted to show that we have seen a slight increase in the forced outages across the years, starting from 2019. Can we go to the next slide? Now this shows just the unsubstituted planned outages for RA resources across the 5 years. So we've seen that there was a policy change that happened back in July 2021, and we've seen a significant decrease in the unsubstituted plant capacity. There could be various reasons where it might, because of the policy change, it might be just that the tighter capacity market might have changed how people are submitting the planned outages. There could be various reasons for that, but this is what we have seen across the years. Good.
Noah Town from Middle River Power. Can you, what slide was this? Slide 22? Yeah, that one. Is this information with prior to 2021, including outages the ISO did not request for substitution for planned outages? You make that differentiation? Because at that point, that was first come, first serve, right? So if you didn't require substitution, is that in that particular data set?
So this was, to be clear, this is all the planned outages in the market.
Even if you didn't
yes,
need it?
Yes.
Sorry, even if you didn't need substitution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So these are all the planned substitution that was in the market for all the RA resources. That is a change that you've seen. So you could see that there was a difference between the policy change, but just wanted to point out there that there could be reasons for it. And as Abdul had mentioned, that obviously there is a tighter capacity market, which makes it harder to get the substituted capacity. That could be one of the reasons, but there might be other reasons which we might not have the transparency in what might be going on, but just wanted to point out that. Can we go to the next slide, please? Good.
All right, Steve Keen from Edison. On that last slide, the unsubstituted planned outages after the change, are those the ones like you were talking about where it's part of a unit that isn't getting into their RA capacity, or?
This is probably exemptions because this is assuming I think this data is all the planned outages that are impacting RA. So the RA is being impacted here, and this is how much the impact is. It dropped significantly because we started saying, you got to substitute, so it makes sense to drop immediately. The variations is probably due to the two exemptions that I talked about.
Thanks.
Can we go back to the previous one?
No, yeah.
Yeah, the 20, slide 20. So that's also very interesting because for 2022, and it's going back to Steve's question earlier, it seems like in winter, you have also like very high outage rates. And for 2022 and 2023, it seems it's more like spring where you have the highest. So it's not really the pattern like Abdul were discussing earlier. Do you have any explanation for that?
So we have seen a higher outage rate during the shoulder months, that is during the spring months as well, because that is where you would see more outages coming during that time. It's just preparing for the summer. That is what we've seen from our experience. That is just preparing for the summer, that making sure that the outages are done before that. But Abdul, if you have any explanation, that's just it.
I mean, it could be, people are struggling to find planned outage substitution. The unit is struggling and they end up taking a forced outage. That could be it, but Noah, you have something to say?
Yeah, no, from Middle River. I posit that some planned outages being less than 5 days, sort of within that time frame, before you might plan it prior to 2021, hoping you don't need substitution. But after that time, because of short notice opportunity outages are less than 5 days, but I think those are still forced outages, that you might tend to ask the ISO whether or not it's feasible for the ISO to approve said outage as a forced outage without it's not applicable to RAIN. Therefore, you might see a breakdown in 21 past right, for that type of outage to increase over time.
Thanks.
I think we have some questions online, but Steve, I see you had your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I think we're going to get to it later, but in this data, what are you calling a forced outage? Is this, because I know that the definition is a little confusing to me. I think of a forced outage and I think it's like the unit has to go out. So like within a day or two. But I don't believe that's your definition. So can you just clear up how you're defining forced outage for this info?
Yeah, a forced outage is any outage that is submitted 7 days or less for the purpose of this, data-wise, how do we determine from a CAISO perspective it's a forced outage if it's simply submitted 7 days or less? But the definition of a forced outage in the tariff is, don't quote me here, but essentially is work that has to be done that cannot be done in the planned time frame, which is outside the 7-day window. So it could be the unit trip right now, real time, goodbye, CAISO here, I'm out. Or it could be, CAISO, I have to take this, I have to do this work, my unit is at imminent risk and I need to do it tomorrow, or I need to do it in 5 days. So if that's the proper way of doing a forced outage per the tariff definition. But data-wise, whether these data is following it or not, that's obviously it depends on the generator following the rule. But they submit anything within 7 days, then Abhishek's analysis will capture it.
They would be categorized as a forced outage.
All right, we'll move to the questions on the phone. And just a reminder to please introduce yourself so everyone knows who's asking the question. The last question was from Steve Keen at Edison. Let's go ahead and unmute Kathleen Colbert.
Thank you, Kathleen Colbert from Distra. I'm going to go back to the last slide. It's along the lines of what Noah was asking the question of, but I just wanted to highlight something specific, which is prior to the RA enhancement phase 1 change, there was that POSO assessment. And so there was an indication of what had to be substituted in order to support reliability. I appreciate, Abhishek, you clarified that 2019 through mid-2021 includes planned outages that the CAISO did not identify needed to be substituted, i.e. there was sufficient capacity available under RA to meet what you were forecasting as your needs. I just wanted to emphasize, and maybe Abdul, get you to just confirm this for knowledge sharing across the group, that should be understood as that this isn't showing that there was like a reliability risk during these time periods that was higher. This is just showing you're trying to illustrate a change in outage substitution, change in planned outage substitution behavior, but that because most of this, or I'm assuming the majority of this, honestly, didn't have a POSO requirement, that no inferences about reliability risk should be derived from that data. Can you just confirm that, just to make sure we're all walking away with the right understanding?
That's correct, Kathleen. It's simply an illustration of the mathematical change in planned outage substitute impacts on planned outages or unsubstituted RA capacity due to planned outages, not a reliability assessment. Yep.
It's just a stark chart, so I want to make sure we all understood that this isn't implying like an improvement in reliability risk necessarily, but outage behavior. It would be helpful if y'all could update this chart and kind of show a stacked bar chart instead with what the planned outages that had substitution obligations that were not substituted versus those that did not have an obligation that weren't. I think that would just be illustratively helpful going forward if you wouldn't mind doing that. And then I had one more comment on the data on the forced outages too. But if you have a response, please do.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Okay, great. Can we go to the next slide again, back on the forced outages? I think we have lots of inferences that we can make around those shoulder months. What I'm going to bring up, it gets more at, is there a way that the CAISO, you can walk back from this meeting with these inferences and look at the data that you have and see if there is a way that you can help to test some of these assumptions that the market may have been making over the last several years. That would also be incredibly informative and helpful. So I will share with you, like, our inference is that a couple things. And we need a stacked bar chart. So I make another ask for you to take another look at the data. Some portion of what you're showing here are planned to force converted outages, right? So we need to see that separately. Planned outages, canceled, converted to forced, you approved that process, et cetera, et cetera. If any of those planned to forced occurred that you did not give approval for, it'd be important to highlight that. You did mention you've been doing referrals. So I assume there's some portion that didn't go through kind of even the informal process of getting your approval before making that decision. So kind of separating out the plan to forced, that was given the thumbs up, plan to force, that was not. And then the third category in here is going to be potentially separate, which is more of forced outages in different kind of nature of work types. I would like to test an assumption on whether or not there are certain outages that were being submitted in the forced time horizon instead of in a planned horizon. And you guys are the only ones with that level of transparency. So those are the inferences that I would add on the table and ask for a bit more detailed data.
I mean, we can look into it a little bit more. If you can provide those in the comments, we can look into it a little bit more carefully and see what else can we provide from the data.
And DMM has in their
Perfect.
slides, they're going to show the plan to force
Yeah,
rates.
so DMM already has some analysis
Perfect.
that they've done, which shows what is the percentage of planned outages that are forced. So that might be another discussion. Go ahead, Steve.
Steve
Yeah,
Keen
that
from
would be
Edison.
great. Yes, please. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. I just wanted to, another piece of information that I think would be helpful here, especially in those off-peak months, is showing the outages, and I don't know if they'd be planned or forced, probably planned, for non-RA resources. Because the assumption that I've always had is that at least for system RA resources, not for local, because they have to be there for the full 12 months, but the system resources, aren't shown as RA resources during some of the months when the RA requirements are low, and that, that's when they do a lot of their, the true, like the planned maintenance that you can plan very far in advance. And it would just be, that's something that would be interesting to me to see how much that's happening versus how much resources are having to take outages when they're listed as an RA resource. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, because my assumption is that if you have a resource that's a system RA resource, it's not needed for all months probably. So there are, for the month of like March, you could not show it as an RA and do your maintenance then you don't have to worry about substitution. And, so I'm trying to get a handle on how much that actually happens.
But then the question would be, how do you define a non-RA resource, right? Because now you have a big fleet of resources that could be a non-RA resource.
Well, but I mean, it should be a non-RA resource in a particular month should be pretty obvious.
We can look into it. We can do it. Good.
It sounds like, Noah, you have some thoughts on that, or you
Yeah,
mind weighing in?
so Noah Tom from Middle River Power. I think I can understand that point of view from an IOU or a LLC with generation and a portfolio, having worked there for many years of my life. But it's not always true when with LSCs that are procuring sort of on the month-to-month basis, in a sense, to meet their monthly requirements. If you have a long-term contract for maybe 10 years in your PPAs, it makes sense to be able to adjust and so forth. But if you're building up to it and you don't, you're just simply trying to meet that every single resource you're procuring is going to be sort of an RA resource, if you will. From the generator's standpoint, we're trying to get either multi-year, single-year type of contracts executed with offtake, and that means that we are providing the RA, and it's up to the LSC to show it or not show it. And that is a slightly different conversation, which I can understand. But it's not always, you shouldn't always presume that just because it's March, it doesn't need to be shown as an RA resource.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I'm just trying to understand how this works. And I'm not trying to apply, and I appreciate that answer. I mean, because I'm trying to see if there's an opportunity there. That's why I think this data would be interesting to see how many outages are taken when units aren't listed on an RA plan.
As far as I understand, if you go to slide 22, all of that is RA resources. So it's shown on a supply plan. Anything that's not shown on a supply plan doesn't even show up on here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted that information.
Oh, okay.
I think, Steve, what you want to see how many generators or how much capacity is gone. That is not RA. It's unplanned outage. We're losing that capacity due to planned outages, and it's not being shown as RA because they have a planned outage coming on.
Yes.
So essentially withholding of RA capacity because they expect a planned outage or they planned a planned outage, and they don't want the risk of not finding substitution or substitution is too expensive. They don't want their outage to get denied. You want to see that data.
Yeah.
But then just a question on that, what will it tell us about that data? Even if it say that, okay, you have these many planned outages which are from non-RA resources, what is the inference that we'll be getting? That's the question.
I think what I'm trying to see with that is, it's getting kind of to what Noah just said. What I'm looking to see is, if there's a bunch of those that show up, then it means that that's what's happening. Resources are finding months when they're not listed on an RA plan and doing their planned outages then. If we see almost nothing there, then like what Noah said is, they've got contracts, they're providing RA essentially every month, and they can't take these outages in months when they're not providing RA. It just.
Or what you're doing is going into the market and trying to buy this substitute capacity.
Yeah.
Peter, you have your hand up?
Yeah, Peter Griffiths, PG&E. I guess the information I would find valuable there is the trend over time. Because for the most part, what we're talking about is sort of things that have under various conditions that have happened and changes. And I'd like to sort of see, okay, how have the changes, can we correlate some of those changes of what we're seeing to some of the data that as Steve is pointing out, does it make sense? Did we see more of that in, say, 2019 than we are seeing it in 2023, 2024?
Makes sense.
Can I get to that, Peter? And this might be this might be touching on your question as well as the granularity. Would you mind going back one slide? And so I think that are trying to understand the inference. So at least what I was hoping to glean from this was, part of the story is that, part of the outage substitution process was, we have planning processes and we have PRM requirements that are being set, and we have requirements to show capacity. And there's certain assumptions about forced outage rates and about availability. And that we also have participants who are really needing to do maintenance. And we have an outage substitution process, and we have basically, a stated objective where historically there was, an analysis, and we're basically seeing an increased instances of where, we really are needing people to substitute capacity in order to maintain reliability, not just in the peak months, but in a lot of the shoulder months too. And so if from the data, what we're gleaming was that, after we put the policy in place, we were seeing, obviously, as you can see, less planned outages, probably because the rule change or really the exemptions, but a whole lot more forced outages. They might be legitimate. They might be it might be issues with our, there might be issues as with the plan to force. But what we're seeing is that really a trend where even in the shoulder months, now we're seeing a whole lot more forced. To me, it calls into question of well, is this process working well, or are we really seeing, either both a reliability risk and a program implementation risk? And so that was kind of my inference from the data. But it sounds like there might be more analysis that you all are digging into to say, on a more granular basis, we really need to see X. And so, yeah, I think that like, this has been a great discussion. I think in the comments too, I think that really saying like, yeah, this is the specific analysis I'd like to see that would help highlight that. But
yeah, Martha, Noah from Middle River. I think breaking this data set out based on nature of work would be really helpful. Then you can see whether or not certain forced outages are RAIM exempt versus non-RAIM exempt, right? Regardless of the resource type that is either RAIM exempt or non-RAIM exempt. I do have a question on slide 22. I think if we were to break this down and provide the excess or maybe the deficiency on a monthly basis of what planned outages needed versus not needed prior to 2021 for substitution, that would show you maybe the additional capacity compared to past 2021. But then I have questions on what if all planned outages were to be required to have substitution, why then are there unsubstituted planned outages, and how do I get on that list?
Yeah. We'll talk offline, Noah, about that. I'm just kidding. No. These are, again, we didn't look at that. I didn't look at the breakdown, but it's probably exempt. There's two types of exempt planned outages: the TGOs and the transmission-induced generation outages, and the off-peak opportunity outages. These are exempt from planned outage substitution. So you were daydreaming in my first slide, weren't you? I said that first slide. All right. So anyway, so that's probably where these fall under. To your first comment, we posted monthly aggregated obligations and aggregated RA capacity for the past 5 years on the reliability requirements page on a year ahead and month ahead. So, and the substitution rules are month ahead. So you can look at the month ahead data, and that can tell you for each month how much excess capacity we had going into that month.
Yeah, but you don't have that overlaid on slide 21 to discern. I'm sorry, 22. You don't have that overlay to tell which part of that 10% or 7.5% was not required for substitution.
Right, and pre June 2021 policy, yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Can I just follow up with it? One of the things you were saying, that excess RA that shows up on that, this is Steve Keen from Edison again, sorry. That's that's aggregate, right?
Correct.
But I thought when I asked before, that's not taken into account in terms of whether a unit can take an RA outage. It's whether it's built getting into their RA commitment, not, so like, let's say there's 500 megawatts of aggregate excess RA. If I'm a resource that is providing 50 megawatts RA and I'm a 100 megawatt resource, if I want to take a 60 megawatt outage, I still need to provide 10 megawatts worth of substitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's 500 excess overall for RA.
Correct.
Okay.
By the way, I'm gonna have I'm gonna acknowledge an awkward transition. So we have 4 more slides on analysis, which what we really want to get to. But we also have David Zlotlo for a brief period of time to discuss and give some of the historical context around the PRR on forced to planned outages. So because we only have him for 15 minutes, I'm wanting to make sure that he gets the opportunity to present. And then I think we're going to circle back to this discussion. And so keep the good questions in your mind. We're going to circle back, but I thought we'd have this transition. Oh yeah, thanks.
Okay,
thanks, David.
hi. Traveling back and forth.
And for the presenter, could we move forward to the slides on the PR discussion?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Shuttling back and forth between other meetings across the hall, so thanks for understanding. We got to do this a little bit out of order, but could we go back? I think we had one slide before this, maybe. Yeah, well, okay, that's the introduction to the topic, plan to forest outages in PRR 1122. So I guess first I'll preface this by saying I was a little nervous about getting into this topic. This PRR from four years or so ago, it was a little contentious. I'm not, don't want to relitigate the issues there or try to get into the arguments again, because, that's not going to be helpful. But this is just really being presented as background here. And so if you think I'm sort of describing things in a way that you didn't remember how it was presented or whatever, I apologize for that. I'm not trying to intentionally sort of push our point of view from that time or try to open up all those debates again. So this is just me trying to sort of as factually as I can kind of explain what the issues were and what we said at the time, what some of the other stakeholders might have said about it at the time, and then just sort of to tee up what the issue is to be then addressed further in, this working group process, and then in the eventual sort of more formal stakeholder process and so on. So then we can just move to the next slide, please. Thanks. Okay, so first, just a reminder about tariff definitions, because as a legal matter, the defined terms in the tariff, they matter. That's sort of what the words mean, what the terms mean. So just a reminder quickly of what the tariff talks about. Outage, I think the definition of the outage, generally that I think intuitively makes sense if you look at what it does there. And then maintenance outage, we talk about planned outages. That's tariff term is maintenance outage, but that's, planned outage, maintenance outage, sort of interchangeable, I think, as we talk about it. And then forced outage, I think that's where things get a little different. I think when we talk about forced outage, we kind of just think, oh, it's an emergency, something just broke, we need to fix it. That's kind of the principle of it, but the way it's defined is in terms of timing. It says an outage for which sufficient notice cannot be given to allow it to be factored into the day-ahead market or real-time market bidding processes. Real-time market bidding processes open, day-ahead market processes open 8 days ahead of the trading day. So that kind of creates a cutoff in terms of planned maintenance versus forced. Forced is something that if it couldn't have been factored into the day-ahead market bidding processes, that means that opens 8 days ahead. So we think of the planned and forced cutoff as being 8 days ahead of time. So it's not defined with respect to the work that's happening. It's defined with respect to the timing. And so I think sometimes in the sort of out there in the operations space, you're not thinking about it in quite those terms. But nevertheless, that's how the tariff is defining those terms. So that gets to be important as we go along. So next slide, please. Okay, so the term planned to forced outage, this was just kind of a term I think we had to settle on just to sort of capture the conduct in a nutshell. So that's the term we settled on, but what it's describing is when an entity submits a forced outage after the ISO has rejected the same or substantially similar outage when it was submitted as a maintenance outage. So general idea is if you have a maintenance outage, the ISO rejects it for one reason or another, then on the same equipment, the same days, then it's a forced outage submitted within the forced outage reporting time frame. So that's what we're referring to when we use the term planned to forced outage reporting. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so why was this considered problematic and why is it still considered problematic? So the operational concerns would be if the ISO has canceled the maintenance outage, canceled or not approved, that happened for a reason, one reason or another. And then if it's just resubmitted, outage happens anyways, then, that can sort of undermine our role as a grid operator to coordinate out outages on the system. If someone's sort of flouting that coordination role, that's problematic. And then what we're here to talk about is RA rules. So, before 2021, planned outages typically required substitution. It wasn't always required based on whether we were long on that day. I think maybe Abdul, you were talking about some of this earlier. Not sure. And then as of June 2021, the rules changed to just always require substitution for planned outages, regardless of whether we were long or short on those days. And so there's concern that if an entity intentionally waits to report a planned outage as a forced outage, it's a way to get around that requirement, which would be problematic because we created those rules for a reason. So that's why the issue is of importance to ISO, why we were ever talking about it in the first place. So the next slide, please. And so I don't want to dwell on this one too much, but I think the idea is there's a tariff rule talking about how you must, if you take a maintenance outage, you have to do it with ISO approval. Second sub bullet there, you know, if you're reporting something as a forced outage that was really, it doesn't meet the definition of a forced outage, that could be construed as not providing accurate information to the ISO. And then if it's being done to evade the obligation to provide substitute capacity for a maintenance outage, that could be viewed as a way of evading those rules. So that's, you know, why we thought it would be reasonable to think of this as a potential compliance issue, tariff and FERC rules. And so I say, depending on circumstances, it can, depending on the circumstances. And so there's probably, for the sake of avoiding getting down too much argument again, let's just agree that depending on the circumstances is doing a lot of work in that sentence there. There's a lot you could say adding facts, hypotheticals. So I'm just saying it's why it could be problematic from sort of a regulatory legal perspective, highly fact dependent. So we'll stipulate that. Next slide, please. Okay, so then the PRR was proposed revision request 1122. It was submitted in January 2019. The ISO submitted it to amend the outage management BPM to more or less say what was covered in the prior slides. It's generally, we'd view it as generally inappropriate, but also noted it may be appropriate depending on the circumstances. If, for example, at the time you are submitting the forced outage, you know, if you have a legitimate reason to say, you know, this outage needs to happen right now because the plant is at risk of operational, you know, failing in service, or there's something that's so risky that we would be, you know, we would be risking something really bad happening if we don't take the outage right now. Or if circumstances change circumstances is always, you know, a reasonable thing to at least raise. If something changed between the time it was initially submitted as maintenance and now you're saying it's forced. So we weren't saying that it's per se impermissible, but, you know, really the point was to try to draw attention to it and say, you know, you need to be prepared to explain what was going on. And so the idea was, at the time the outage is submitted as a forced outage, what was what were the facts at that point? That was kind of the key question. If you're able to explain at the time it's submitted as forced why it couldn't have waited for the 8-day window, that's sort of what you should be in theory prepared to explain. So that's what the PRR was getting at. Next slide, please. And so the BPM change was appealed by several stakeholders. It went through the BPM appeals process. The Executive Appeals Committee granted those appeals in March 2020. The basis of the Appeals Committee's decision was that BPMs exist to provide implementation detail to expand on the tariff in terms of the ISO's business practices, but these BPM revisions were really sort of a legal opinion. It wasn't, you know, that a BPM revision isn't necessary when the ISO is saying, here are things that we might, you know, raise to FERC's attention or raise to DMM's attention, who would then in turn bring it to FERC's attention. The BPM doesn't need to say that. That's something that can happen or not happen. It's not adding the sort of detail that typically BPMs exist to serve. It doesn't add the sort of details that BPMs exist to provide. So the change was not accepted by the Appeals Committee, and there was guidance to consider clarifying the tariff in the ongoing RA stakeholder initiative. There was a ongoing at the time, that's sort of gone in different directions, and now we're in the working group process. And so I think this issue is still ripe to be discussed further and more tariff amendments to target it. So I don't know if I had more slides. Can we go to, was there a next slide after this? I don't think so. No. Okay, so that's what PR 1122 was. That hopefully, for those of you who are involved, you know, that's you would agree that's sort of what happened. Whether you still disagree on our sort of tariff view, maybe you do, and that's fine. But that was just sort of what the BPM change was about, what the appeal was about, and where it wound up. And so I think it's still the case that it would be helpful to kind of get more definitive statements in the tariff on these issues and sort of be clear what's allowed, what's not allowed, et cetera. And that's what I think hopefully the stakeholder process eventually will get at. So that's all I had. If there are any questions, I'll take those.
Yeah, we do have a question on the WebEx from Kathleen.
Kathleen Colbert from Mistra. Appreciate that, David. I also don't want to relitigate much here, but I did want to add just a couple additional reminders or recollections from that process to round it out, at least from my perspective. I would add that there was a discussion about not just changes to the BPM, but also procedures, like what types of procedures are there for kind of managing the complex issues that David described. And I know even like in the way that you explained that to stakeholders, you just explained it as there's a lot of work that's being done by a couple sentences. There was quite a bit of back and forth on how could we get more clarity from the CAISO about what that process would look like, about trying to, you know, work through in a prudent and expected way that plan to forced issue. I don't recall if why that got stalled about creating like clearer BPM language about a process or how to go about asking for that review in advance for the plan to forced approvals. For those who don't know, because there's not an official process, it is, I think everyone does it a little differently. Our personal take is that we need like a CAISO executive approval of it because there is no process, which we think is pretty inefficient from a process perspective. So it's not really substance, but it's more about there's some prudency behind creating processes for these things. And we hope that this working group is going to talk about how we get a real process for this issue. So that's one thing I'd add. That was quite a bit of a back and forth. The second thing I would add is that there's been a lot of discussion about those definitions that David explained are in Tariff Appendix A. There's a component of outages that wasn't contemplated in our existing tariff. And so there's been a lot of requests for the CAISO to have discussions about this kind of more specific category that isn't explicitly contemplated. And it's easier to kind of envision it in a matrix, but if you go back to that definitions, I can explain where it fits in. Perfect. So as David mentioned, and this is something people get very confused about, the tariff has maintenance outages and forced outages. The BPM has a timeline procedure approach that has planned and forced, but planned is technically not a tariff defined term. So what we have in this T-8 timeframe is maintenance outages. What we think of as forced outages is a timeline of T- or within that T-8 timeframe to T0, right? In that forced timeline, I think I generally align with the CAISO's view that flexible planned maintenance doesn't fall in that time horizon, but anything that is outside of the control or if you do not take is going to necessitate imminent failure does. But what is missing from our current tariff is the category of you have these outages that are out of your control, or if you don't take them, are going to necessitate imminent failure that you know about in advance of T-8. And so that is an additional category that we're looking to have discussions about in these working groups, really explaining and work through with stakeholders and the CAISO this, what we've been calling advance notice forced outages, that would be kind of a hybrid of these two elements from a rules perspective. And just wanted to add that was the other piece of this discussion that we've been needing to have for years now.
All right. Kathleen, this is Abdul. I think good feedback. Appreciate it. The clarifying stuff, let me start with the clarifying stuff. I think we worked on that in the RA enhancements where we attempted to redefine, Lauren and I, we attempted to redefine the outage processing and align it with RC outage definitions. So that's there. Once Partha decides to relaunch it, we're gonna continue to do that. So that's I think that was what that last sentence means. Now for your other comments, I'm assuming you agree with the CAISO's understanding and approach of this. What is a plan to force and what's inappropriate? And if my assumption is fair, then I would say, if you do the right thing, if you follow the rules, I think the rules are clear. And if you do the right thing, you don't have to talk to an executive. You could just do the right thing, you know, submit a forced outage if it's truly forced. If we capture it in our reporting process, after the fact process, we always check with the SCs before we report to DMM or FERC. We check with you and we say, why did you resubmit as forced? And you have an opportunity to explain yourself. If it's not already clear, you could put a clarify. If the description you put in the outage is clear that this work is a forced work that has to happen, then you're probably done. But if we look at the planned outage and then we look at the forced outage, and we're seeing duplicated work, clear or not clear, what might appears to be, and you know, as David explained, kind of overriding our authority to deny and approve planned outages, then we're going to come back and ask you, why did you do this? And then if you explain yourself, that's the end of that story. You're going, you know, we're not reporting you to anyone. But if you don't explain yourself, or if you don't have a good explanation that aligns with the tariff, then you're at risk.
I understand the risk incredibly well. That is not what I'm asking. And I do believe that this is within scope of this working group, is to raise these requests, to ask for better clarity on the rules in the DPMs, and to ask for a better procedure. Because that procedure you just outlined, that was the big crux of the issue originally, is you were making BPM changes, but you weren't setting up a procedure that we are comfortable with. The procedure I am comfortable with looks a lot more like we submit a planned outage and flag for you if there is not substitution before you cancel it, that this is a planned outage that has to be taken. And then we have a process by which you exempt or agree, and then you do not cancel that planned outage. So a plan to force 4 outages that we all agree have to be taken, that are known about like 15 days prior, technically are planned, unless you cancel them and then you make us wait until T-8 to resubmit, even though we could have had a process between T-15 and T-8 for you to review that specific note and approve it. That's the kind of rigorous, robust process we're looking for, and I do hope it's in scope of this effort.
Yeah, I think that's I totally understood, Kathleen. That's probably, you know, that's a policy change. I don't think this is just a BPM change. So if we want to do that, which is a fair ask, we can do that as part of the policy changes that we're attempting here soon. But I definitely appreciate the feedback.
Considering them, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I'd kind of reiterate that message. I think that's certainly in scope. I think that right now what we're trying to do is, yeah, have those initial working group discussions around these topics. And you know, the purpose of this was more of sort of the level setting, but I think it's fair to bring up your past concerns. And from a process standpoint, I imagine that when we move towards that policy development stage, that will, like, those type of issues will be in scope and will be part of the discussion. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And maybe Would you be willing to go back to the schedule of events? I think we might need to sort of move around the schedule a little bit on the fly here. Would you be willing to sort of back up the slide to our original agenda?
Yeah, I believe that's slide 5.
Slide 5. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so on deck next, we have, I think, probably more discussion that's needed around analysis and finishing that off. But from Abhishek also had to step out for this is also a very important meeting. He had a conflict as well. So I think we're going to be moving that around a little bit, where we're going to circle back and try to have a little more discussion around that analysis. So my proposal was at this time that we have a break. And unless folks are, it seems like that's based on the, I can't see the folks online, but for the folks in the room, I feel like we've had a really good, robust discussion for the last hour and a half plus, and that might be warranted. Then if, Adam, would you mind if we move to you next in terms of the presentation? And so then we'll move to the DMM presentation. We might have lunch a few minutes early, depending on sort of the amount of questions in the DMM presentation. And then I think maybe we'll circle back around. If I have trouble doing math on the fly. Maybe we'll circle around a little bit earlier from lunch. Maybe it'll look like 12:45 to have a little more discussion with Abhishek and finish off that analysis piece before going to what I hope is sort of a more robust discussion on with market participants sort of presenting their ideas on the outage substitution as well as sort of availability incentive issues sort of surround that kind of are sort of issues that are sort of tied together with these topics. So yeah, so unless I see any objections, maybe we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back at 10:50. Does that work for folks? Yeah. Well, thanks again for this discussion so far. I really appreciate it. And yeah, for the folks online, we'll see you again in 15 minutes.
All right, everyone. I hope you had a nice 15-minute break. We're going to kick things back off with the presentation from DMM. So I will turn things over to Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Adam Swadley here from the Department of Market Monitoring. My material today will really just be an extension of some of the plan to force discussion that we're just having. I apologize in advance. I think there's probably some overlap here, particularly on the history with some of the material that David shared just a few minutes ago. But for the sake of completeness, we'll go ahead and go through that, maybe just go kind of quickly. But the basic idea here is just to share a little bit of the history on the issue, some analysis that DMM has completed, and then kind of wrap up with maybe a potential market design enhancement to consider in the reporting of forced outages. So next slide, please. So this is just the kind of high level history. And again, I apologize. I think we've already touched on a lot of this, but from our perspective, this kind of goes back to, I'd say, roughly 2017, 2018. Through some different channels, DMM began to identify several entities that were taking forced outages that had previously been submitted as planned outages. Through some of our own monitoring and through some internal discussion and other channels. And around this time, we started to kind of look into the issue and analyze it and consider the tariff provisions and formulate some thoughts on that. Then in 2019, 2020, we had the PRR 1122 that we discussed, which of course was appealed and ultimately revised and sort of directing the ISO to make tariff clarifications and market design changes where necessary to address plan to force outage reporting, but also acknowledge that plan to force outages may be necessary sometimes, but again, kind of drawing on the discussion earlier, in certain circumstances and certain circumstance specific. The submission of a forced outage that had previously been submitted as planned could be viewed as false or misleading information. And then following the PRR 1122, and the RA Enhancements Phase 1 initiative, which was approved by the CAISO board in March of 2021 and established that any planned maintenance RA outage without substitute capacity would be rejected. Next slide, please. So a little bit more on the RA Enhancements Phase 1, again, established the substitution requirement. As part of the stakeholder process, DMM and I think a number of other stakeholders expressed a concern that the planned outage proposals, and sort of the nature of the policy may not adequately address and could actually exacerbate the plan to forest outage issue. And so, this was comments that were put out, I think discussion that was had at the time. In the FERC transmittal letter and filing these market design changes, the ISO stated that, the concerns thought should be addressed through the existing tariff provisions, that the ISO already has monitoring in place to kind of review this conduct and would keep those measures in place. And finally, in the final proposal for the initiative and in the transmittal letter to FERC, stated that there would be additional action to kind of better address the plan to forest outage issue as part of Phase 2 of the RA enhancements. Next slide, please. So this is some analysis that DMM conducted to kind of assess, what happened with the plan to forest outage reporting around the time that the RA enhancements Phase 1 substitution requirement was it became effective. So what we have here is, it's a percentage there on the y-axis, and you have dates there on the x-axis across the bottom. And basically what this is it's a percentage of forced outages that were not taken for one reason or another, be it, declined, canceled, and were later submitted as, as planned outages, and were later submitted as forced outages. So basically the takeaway here is that, you can kind of see right in the middle of the picture there, in the middle of 2021 is when the RA enhancements Phase 1 changes went into effect. And, just looking at this analysis, it does not appear that the existing tariff provisions did much to change the pattern of plan to forest outages that were observed prior to the middle of 2021. Go to the next slide, please. So this slide just kind of summarizes, the current tariff language after the implementation of RA enhancements Phase 1. The top line there is just sort of stating the substance of that policy design change, the substitution requirement. A number of other things here kind of drawn out of the tariff, just highlighting the different outage submission timelines, the requirements for having approval for a planned maintenance outage, and noting to this point that any maintenance outage is submitted after 7 days, within 7 days, would be classified as a forced outage. And so, summarizes a lot of things, and I think has some language that could be interpreted as, again, as was touched on earlier, that, maybe the conduct would be problematic in certain circumstances, but does not explicitly appear to, prohibit the conduct. And also sort of highlights this issue that, the forced outage, it's not, doesn't convey good information about the urgency of the work, rather it's really just framed around the timeline that the outage is submitted. So next slide, please. So that last point there about how the forced outage is defined in the tariff and the fact that it, is really framed around the timing of submission kind of gets into the potential policy enhancements. So, really the recommendation here that we have, I think, in this space is just to really enhance the reporting of forced outages to, clearly indicate when repairs are immediately necessary. So I know, there is some existing functionality to do that through the comments field on an outage card, but I think, the recommendation here is to really solidify that as a process, make it a part of the sort of standard OMS outage card, And the idea here is that, you know, if it's indicated that the repairs are not immediately necessary, this gives the ISO operations, you know, even with very short notice, sort of a clear indication that, okay, you know, even though this was submitted on a forced timeframe, it's not something that's immediately necessary. And so this outage actually could be declined if need be for reliability. And also, you know, allows the ISO the ability to still approve that outage if it's a situation where reliability would not be impacted. And so the real spirit of this is just to, you know, sort of greatly reduce the potential reliability implications of having planned to forced outages that don't have replacement capacity, and I think also creates more of an incentive to procure replacement capacity when an outage is known in advance, given the sort of enhanced risk that the forced outage may be declined if needed for reliability purposes. Okay. And next slide, please. And this is kind of the wrap up there, a wrap up here, just to sort of reiterate that, you know, we think that enhancing the forced outage reporting could go a long way in reducing the reliability implications of planned forced outages. May also have an impact on, you know, incentives to procure substitution capacity. There's a big caveat here, though, which is that, you know, resources are obligated to submit accurate outage information. So, you know, in order for this to work, and also just for general compliance purposes, there would still be the obligation to submit the accurate outage information, submit accurate information in general to the market. This would come through, you know, conveying the correct nature of work and, you know, a newly proposed field that would sort of indicate when the need for repairs would be immediate. And finally, just highlighting that submission of any kind of inaccurate outage information could be considered provision of false information and potentially subject to enforcement action. So this kind of goes back to the discussion of the current tariff language and this idea that, you know, sometimes under some circumstances there may be this concern that it could be potential false information when the nature of the needed work or outage is reported in an inaccurate manner. I think that was my last slide. Yeah, just kind of a background from our perspective, and yeah, we can take questions.
We do have a hand on WebEx from Kathleen.
Yeah, thanks. Adam, thanks so much for this. Kathleen Goldberg from Vistra. Adam, I'm generally very much so on the same page, so thanks again for the presentation. I just wanted to add a couple things. One, you mentioned the nature and urgency. You didn't mention the reporting requirements to report your outages at the time that you become aware of them. I think that is an additional requirement that's really important in the context. Do you mind just rounding this out and just adding that to this, because that fits into this timing issue?
Yeah, no, it does, and I think that has to do with just the submission of accurate information, and that is I think a good point that yeah, there would be an obligation to submit it when you become aware of it. So it's sort of generally aligned with this idea of accurately communicating the nature and urgency of the work. Yeah, basically, it's as soon as you become aware it's necessary.
Okay, great. That was just the part I wanted to make sure to add. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions in the room? All right, not seeing anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Really appreciate that. And could we move back to slide 5 again? So I thought I'd talk a little bit about some timing changes. And so clearly one option at this moment is to break for lunch and to break for 2 hours. I don't think that that's the right outcome. Some people here might think that that's a great outcome. I feel like people could, like, between other work people have and having a longer lunch, there are probably people could fill their time. Noah has offered to basically move up his part. So of the presentation. So what I thought we would do is have a little bit of sort of moving up, and we might still, I think we're going to break for lunch in the middle of this discussion, but really to have some of the folks who've offered to share some of their perspectives in terms of the challenges they're facing and solutions that they would like to tee up. So Noah, if you're willing to sort of go first in terms of maybe giving your presentation, and maybe I'll tee up for, and I know that they're not on the call yet, but Kathleen in particular, I know that you had some thoughts you wanted to share as well. So this might be a good chance to sort of have that discussion, and then to set expectations. I think we'll maybe still break for lunch, maybe come back around 12:45 and have more of that discussion around the analysis piece. But yeah, I think jumping in and having kind of like that discussion in terms of participant perspectives on the outage and substitution processes would be great. So yeah, want to come up, Noah? Yeah, why don't you come up, Noah? Clear messaging is really appreciated always. But
hi, Noah Tom from Middle River Power. I thought this was a bold statement, but apparently, but apparently, this is also the process formerly known as POSO. Okay, all right. Can we go to the next slide? So on our, my thoughts on RASC POSO. I think many people are still using POSO. In 2013, 2014, ISO actually changed the plan outage and forced outage timeframes from T-3 to T-7. It goes back a while, but point being here is essentially this guides us into why I think we have so many more forced outages at this point relative to what we were more used to, because we have included so many more days of the window to which we consider as forced outages. And what the ISO has as far as forced outages is not consistent with the information that is provided to GADS, in the sense that some outages being submitted to the ISO within the T-7 day window is simply a forced outage, but it may not be considered as a forced outage to GADS. So when we pull, or when folks pull GADS data, we're going to see different sort of percentages data, for what we have relative to the ISO. And that's when the ISO, if we are to compare it for LLE purposes or whatnot, you're going to say, why do we have so many more forced outages and so forth? And then in 2021, all plan outages must include substitute capacity. Otherwise, they're denied, except for the two occasions of transmission, as well as, I forget the other one, off-peak opportunity outages. Thank you. And so the ISO daily runs the RASC process, as we know, at 8 a.m. and it requires all the SCs to submit the substitute capacity within the 24-hour period. And if that fails, you start the process all over again, hoping to get everything done. And what you're really hoping for in that 24 hours is that everybody's kind of checking their emails, and there's not like an instant messenger for outage people that says, hey, can you please approve this outage request in Sierra? If not, the other people that may have approved get to go over it again, essentially 2 days later. Next slide, please. So to me, this is really actually a game of Tetris, because the way we have sort of our fleet of resources, not all outages are for 30 or 31 days of the month. And therefore, you have to start piecemealing together different outages that you might have, whether it be 3 days, 5 days, 2 weeks, so on and so forth. And so I'm just, in here, I have a table it's fairly small, I understand. But note that sort of the first line is a substitution that we procured from 14 different resources for our fleet. And then the second line is to replace one of the resources based on resources from 15 or substitute resources from 15 to 33. So 33 resources to replace 550 megawatts of capacity. It was definitely a tall order, confusing, and sort of think about how many SCs that may get involved in here. And then because we have 2 weeks of outages, the other latter half of the month, you then start stacking up other resources because you have this excess, right? Because you essentially just bought excess capacity in order to try to fit this Tetris game. And so what you'll see is resource 15 through 33 is providing random days of outages. The values are more randomized, if you will, this is from a few years ago anyways, for this piece in April. So what's happens essentially is the substitute capacity that we are looking for is procured through the bilateral market, not a centralized market. And parties seeking to, we're essentially seeking to compete against LSEs for this capacity because no one is really buying or selling, or no one wants to sell daily RA capacity months ahead because the opportunity loss, if you will, of, well, if I sell you 3 days, I'm not going to be able to sell the rest of the 27 days because there's not exactly a a planned outage market that exists. And that means that we are, what we normally typically do is we plan during the summer the summer months, the year before, for our off-peak, shoulder month outages that are non-summer. And that has to do with contractual obligations, as well as we have to schedule crews to be on site, for such things. Next slide. So sort of the underlying problems for what we have. Bilateral markets are not efficient a way to procure substitute capacity. It's really great for longer term, year out, somewhat months, for PPAs, but not great for 2-day outages, 8-day outages, when you're planning for things like this. To me, it's kind of like a car buying experience. You go to dealer trying to figure out whether or not they have the right car, the right trim, the right color for you. And you're calling up a lot of people. And substitute capacity is certainly more granular, as we've talked about in the compliance period, and it's less liquid out that far. And we're all just trying to figure out what we can do to meet our contracts as well as be economic about it. And executing contracts takes days, weeks, sometimes months even, for many companies. I think my shortest deal time was maybe 2 days, and that was during over the weekend for a SONS outage replacement back in February of 2012. So 24-hour time limit creates approval challenges. You're hoping all the third parties are, approving this together. Sometimes RASC, well, not sometimes, always, RASC runs on weekends. It does not say, I'm only working 5 days a week. And we're unable to submit substitutions well in advance of RASC. And that creates a challenge because, if you look back at the 33 resources we procured, that was over several months of time trying to align everybody. It's much easier if once you have something in, you can put it into the Sierra system for substitution, and rather than everybody crunch in at the very last 24 hours. And then also, RASC doesn't run correctly. I'll share that we had an outage that was fully substituted, and it kept getting denied, and it was just like nobody understands why. Submit a city ticket, you get a response. It's a software variance. Fantastic. What does that mean? No idea. Just do it again. Okay, submit it again. Everybody get everybody geared up to approve their outages. Denied again. And so you're just like, okay, guys, and at that point, the ISO has to step in, do its own manual thing, says, you know about all those substitutions you bought because of a software variance, don't do it. Yeah, Sierra doesn't run always correctly. And then outages change. We get notices from gas pipelines about curtailments, and they give us a notice, hey, from this day to this day, we're going to have an outage. Great, fantastic. We can go out and try to buy the substitution, get it done maybe 3 weeks later. Sorry, that outage is now changed. That is completely out of our control. And what happens, the substitute capacity is then wasted effectively because we can't, there's no market for this to sort of unload the capacity you've procured. So next slide, please. Make POSO better. Yeah, I was going for a different road, but nah, make POSO better. So how can we make it better? I don't think we're at a time where we should go back to first come, first serve. I think it's kind of past at that point. But we can focus our efforts on maybe efficiency of the marketplace and as well as the process. So first suggestion, allow SCs to submit outages and substitutions well in advance. And allow that for up to the T-8 timeframe or another timeframe if you would like, in a sense, before you deny the outage if there's not enough substitution provided. What are the benefits? The ISO gets all the data well in advance. And this allows the SCs and the supply community to figure everything out, all the substitutions early, and then continue to work on additional needs as necessary. The questions, I think, for implementation, from the ISO I've heard in the past is, well, we don't know whether or not those resources are going to be on outage because they're not RA, in a sense. And that's true, but we, as from the supply community, we know that it's going to be RA, and we know that it's going to be on outage. And so it is more efficient for us to have all that lined up so that we can have a smooth process without it getting denied, rejected, and then start all over again for the same outage that you were, just maybe because you were missing what day. We can continue to work on that or something. Suggestion 2. Change the existing compliance program into a single year ahead showing, and then all month aheads is what we consider month aheads now are only between the ISO and the supply community. I'm going to let that sit for a while, because what that creates is once the ISO gets all the data for the year ahead showing, if you will, 100% of all months, everything's locked in. LSEs should be able to count their resources that are yet to be COD. And ISO has its data that it's on the showing process. It has all the data it needs for its next year LLE process run. This can determine when you look at planned outages. If you do not assume planned outages in the LLE study, you assume that such outages will be substituted, or you can bake in what happens if with those planned outages and figure out what the LLE is, and therefore to make sort of backstop, if you will, procurement. Questions of what if the new resources do not come online or delayed? Handle it like any other outage. Go buy it in, buy substitute capacity, which is essentially what LSCs do, but they don't call it substitute capacity. They call it, I just need to meet my compliance period. Suggestion 3, centralized market for substitution capacity, whether it be on a daily basis, on a buffer, what have you. Benefits, CPUC has supported this in the past. I think it was during, I don't know, Resource Adequacy Enhancement 1. It can probably replace RAIM in that respect, depending on how you design it. Some of the questions are, would you then allow for self-procured substitution option? How would you incentivize bids into this market? And then how does the ISO efficiently create a market to transact this substitute capacity, whether it be on daily, monthly basis, and sort of how far in advance do you do this once you have the year ahead showing? And then suggestion 4, include a planned outage as a buffer into the planning analysis, PRM. This ensures that people can take, or suppliers can take out planned outages as necessary without the need for substitution. But certainly get that this is essentially effectively pre-buying. How do you determine the question of how do you determine how much you need in advance? Do you look at how much in history do you need? But this might also work in conjunction with UCAP. Depending on how you sort of design all the various aspects of this process. And then that is it. The last slide is just essentially Q&A.
Thanks, Noah. I have a number of questions, but I want to defer to our stakeholders first to see if to tee up any, if anyone in the room or on the phone wants to tee up questions.
Yeah, we have someone on the WebEx. Let's go to Claudia Ward.
Noah, or can y'all just go back to that slide above, the one before? That's fine. I don't have a question. I just want to see it. Thank you.
All right, Partha, I think the floor is yours.
Right. Yeah, if other people can jump in. I'll start with just mechanical ones. So for suggestion 1, you're really talking about the planned outage process. You're not talking about being able to, like, the idea of like a forced outage, like things. Do you think that's just more of like the moving the planned outage window, or you think it's something creating really opportunity to say, yeah, we have something that's imminent that is sort of like is really needed regardless of substitute capacity, so we need to provide information on forced in advance as well? Or for suggestion 1, are you really focusing on maybe just that planned process?
Yeah, correct. It's for planned outages. I'll say that with forced outages and the ISO's rules around substitution for forced outages, it is extremely difficult given, particularly if you're trying to find local for local, like for like, sub area for sub area. There's a, for local real-time substitution, it's very, very challenging. This is why the ISO has its list of qualified resources, or whatever it's called, compatible resource, thank you, for various resources in the local pockets.
And I will pause because Rahul, no, absolutely. Go ahead, Rahul.
So, no, this is Rahul from AES. I'm just going to run through my thoughts and, thinking out loud. To me, when I look at this thing, I'm assuming this is not the first time people are talking about this. The RA market has existed for, I don't know, at least 15, 20 years now. And things really haven't changed in terms of, how you do substitution. There have been minor changes, but not significant changes. When I look at your suggestion 3, it immediately jumps out. And the way sometimes I think of these things is like the energy market, right? Like you get multiple attempts to deliver energy. You have, you may have future contract, you have day ahead, and then you have real time, and then you can buy back positions in energy. It appears the suggestion 3 is like very similar. You have a capacity position you want to buy back. 3 feels like it's sort of an incremental attempt to, instead of trying all these gymnastics, you just go and say, I'm not available, system, give me, and you have a price that you would be willing to show, when to take the outage. And if it's more than that, you'll figure out if you want to resubstitute or so on. Maybe I'm looking to ISO. Historically, have we heard these and any challenges we already know with this approach? Because I don't think any of these problems are going to go away. And more people are going to be facing the same issue. So any challenges that we already know, we have tried this and would not work?
So in many ways, what you're really doing is teeing up the stakeholder process that we had from 2021, which had, in my mind, 6 iterations of this, lots of challenges. But these are still like, in effect, this where we left off was sort of the idea of like, we still think that some sort of, and I had some more detailed questions I'll follow up on as well, but like, it sounds like a very similar approach of some sort of pooled approach to allow resource substitution to happen. And like, maybe it's providing a little more granularity to what that solution looks like, being like a market process. I still think there's probably lots of questions in terms of how do you allocate the capacity to people who are participating, how are the resources paid, who's paying who for it. And so there's probably a whole lot of details that we're still, in my mind, we're still being grappled with the part of that process in 2021. I've really struggled with the years today. I apologize for folks. But yeah, but Peter, it sounded like you might have had an answer.
Well, Peter Griffiths, PG&E. I guess for suggestion 3, I didn't hear you mention the CSP and how it would interact with the CSP.
I think the CSP is primarily designed for more monthly events and not particularly for outages. But it's not to say that we cannot reconfigure the CSP to meet the needs of outage replacement.
With 3, running a centralized market on a daily basis, how far in advance are you talking?
That is my question number 4. I don't have an answer, but this,
This, yeah, my thought with that is, do you really gain anything if you have to wait? One of your complaints right now that I'm hearing is, you want to set this stuff up ahead of time. And here you're talking about probably waiting until somewhere potentially within the month to know that you're going to be able to take that replacement or to know what the cost is going to be to do it. And I'm just, that seems like it would be a problem for a generator. Like you were talking about, you have to plan this stuff out a bunch in advance. And then if you wait to see it and there's either nothing in the capacity market or the price is so high that it's not worth doing it. I just wonder how that would work.
Yeah, I think there are multiple sort of underlying assumptions to that particular question, right? If I were to, if the market were to exist, that is run by the ISO, I might still plan for the outage time in advance because I have to do it for contractual purposes, as well as I have to do it for crews scheduling. But I may not have to worry about competing with LSCs on capacity for February through April. And therefore we generally assume someone is going to be available as non-RA capacity that can make the offer into the this substitution market for it to be picked up. Right? We essentially have that for the energy markets.
Yeah, but I guess the other question is who would be bidding into this? Would it be
suppliers?
I don't know that that's possible because what you just said was a lot of, the reason you can't contract for this is that the generators don't have this capacity available because they've committed it to the LSEs. So how is it, I'm trying to understand how the generators would be able to bid into this daily substitution market, but they can't contract because it's owned by the LSE.
Yeah, maybe just kind of recognizing, as Partha mentioned, some of these ideas kind of first came up in 2020, 2021 with our enhancements phase 1 and proposed for phase 2. So want to piggyback off of Rahul and Stephen, kind of your questions, just to say, there was a proposal in place to have a planned outage pool. The details weren't kind of figured out in terms of would that be bilateral or would it be more efficient to have something that was more of a market. But coupled with that was an idea that you would also have essentially a kind of planned outages factored into the reserve margin. And that was originally envisioned for off-peak months. Some of the feedback from stakeholders was, no, don't just have it for all off-peak months, have it for all months. And so I think like both of those ideas have been around, and I think are kind of, you're riffing on them in a way, Noah, here, which is great. And as a potential solution of, can we get the capacity up front? And Stephen, to your question, could that upfront capacity that's being planned for in the reserve margin be part of that pool? With the pooled idea of the past, there was an idea that you'd also have a calendar to essentially have a forecasted headroom, because UCAP was being discussed at the time. It was really headroom between, our requirements and excess UCAP capacity. It doesn't have to kind of move forward, but it's this idea of, can you have some sort of planning tool to indicate available headroom, what is in the pool on a forward basis. But I think where Noah's kind of going with this is, can you actually have that as a market to answer some of the challenges with, if you were to just have that pool on a bilateral basis, it overcomes that with having a market. So just some reactions to some of what I'm hearing. Oh, and we've got Perry. Go ahead, Perry.
Hey, this is Perry Cervidio at CISA. I'm really intrigued by this suggestion 3, and I think, at its face, it's a really good idea. There's lots of comments about what problems does it really solve. I think one of the key things, and you talked about it on your earlier slides, is this transaction cost problem of needing to contract and go and call 30 different entities for one single replacement. And that's really one of the key benefits of going to a centralized approach, is you no longer need to do that. It just happens in the pool, kind of like today in the energy market. We're not going and trying to contract with 1,000 different generators to meet, a single load obligation. So it at least solves that problem at its face, which is a pretty big problem to solve, because it also unlocks then that capacity and that efficiency in the procurement for CAISO.
This is Abdul. Thanks, Noah. Really excellent presentation. I think something you said here that's probably I thought was critical, as you said, and you're someone with experience in contracting from an LSC side and a supplier side. So you said in one of the slides, in a bilateral capacity market, which is what we have, the concept of substitution and contracting for substitution is a challenge in itself. So if I understood that correctly, I think a lot of these suggestions might patch the existing substitution process. But having a substitution process in theory is a challenge with a bilateral market. And it seems that really suggestion 4 is the only one that would align with that idea that, I can't find substitution, I can't do limited contracting. Get me a buffer ahead of time and get that secured in the bilateral transactions in the showings process, and end that story for planned outages. Did I kind of understand what you're saying correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could separate suggestions 1 through 3 as one, grouping, whereas 4 is sort of entirely different because it's baked into the planned reserve margin. So 1 through 3, if you wanted it to keep the process sort of as it currently exists and just change the mechanism, how contracting for it would be different. That's 1, and you don't mess with the PRM. And 4 is you completely mess with the PRM and get rid of the whole entire RASC POSO, because you have sufficient, well, hopefully you have sufficient buffer to cover all the outages, right?
Hey, this is Perry. I'll just add really quick on that point. You can do 3 and 4 together. And it gets to your last point about you're hoping that it covers everything. However, the more that you can put into the PRM, the more buffer you give CAISO to put on into its supply curve in its suggestion 3. And however we determine that should be priced in the supply curve is a separate issue, but nonetheless, it could be part of the supply that can be drawn on in the centralized clearing in number 3.
Yeah, so if you were to purely have a planned outage PRM, if you will, to contain it with, or to combine it with suggestion 3, to me, it would not be sort of an obligation by the LSCs to procure. Whereas if you were standalone suggestion 4, LSCs would procure it upfront so that you don't need a centralized capacity market for substitute capacity.
Yeah, effectively, you've switched then well, ultimately in the end, load's paying for all of this excess capacity that we need to procure anyway, whether it's the supplier doing it or the load doing it up front. But at least in 4, if you did put some of it in the PRM, loads have prepaid for it. That then seems to indicate to me that your supply curve in number 3, you'd want that to be priced high so that you could return those revenues back to the load.
And thanks, Barry. To be fair, I think what we have now, generally speaking, is load or contracts generally bake in the cost of substitute capacity in those long-term contracts anyways, because we as suppliers understand we need to go back out to the market to ensure we can meet our obligations.
Good discussion. I want to make sure we get folks on the phone too, but it sounds like there's some questions that have come in.
Yeah, we have about 4 hands who have been patiently waiting. So let's go to Kyle Navis.
With Cal Advocates. Thanks for the presentation, Noah. Some interesting suggestions here. I do want to preface my question by just observing that if you're suggesting we run a daily market, it sure sounds like you think that a residual RA only auction is a pretty feasible and actionable idea. But that said, my question is really on suggestion 2. And is this suggesting that CAISO move to requiring a full 100% RA showing in the year ahead timeframe? And then what do you mean by the month ahead process is only between suppliers and CAISO?
I'm going to say that we support a residual process for meeting obligations. I think we did that during the local CPE a while back. The current year ahead process is 90% of 5 months of system obligations, 100% of full 12 months of local obligations, and then I think 90% of the flex obligations for 12 months, right? Okay, yeah, and so all of that would get kicked up to 100%. And then once 100% for all months, year ahead, call it October 31st, and done. No more RA plans, no more supply plans for LSE. Everything else is essentially like the daily energy markets for the ISO and suppliers, generally speaking. And we don't have any more month ahead showings either. It's all just essentially outage substitution.
Right. So what do you mean though by the month ahead process would only be between suppliers and CAISO?
Yeah, so sort of what we currently have the T-45 month ahead showing process between load serving entities submitting RA showings to meet their 100% requirements on a monthly basis, as well as suppliers submitting supply plans to both the ISO, that will no longer exist. And everything else is just the ISO running its sort of RASC or market, depending on the various options that gets adopted or chosen.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I think I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Noah, just piggybacking on that, I'm sorry, this is Perry at CAISO. are you saying then, I need to understand because you're suggesting a centralized market in number 3. Are the transactions themselves going to, yes, you'd say CAISO clears the centralized market, but are the transactions themselves clearing between suppliers at that point? Or so I would think they'd be actually clearing between the suppliers that have had the excess capacity in the system to those that need the excess capacity. To the extent you bring in the megawatts on number 4, you're basically then bringing in, you know, what load is already pre-procured as additional supply buffer that could be drawn on at a price. Am I understanding that right? Is that how you were thinking?
No,
of it?
I mean, I will say that I don't think I have option 3 completely specced out, right? But the general idea of trying to make the procurement of capacity more efficient is the goal.
All right, so I want to make sure everyone on the WebEx has a chance to ask questions too. So let's take those and then we can come back to the in-room questions. So let's go to Carrie Bentley.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So thanks, Noah, so much for this wonderful presentation. I think it tees up different options really nicely. From WPTF's perspective, the way we look at all these is we say, okay, what's the goal that these are trying to meet? And to us, the goal is, you know, that the CAISO gets sufficient capacity for to meet reliability. And then 2, your little diamond here, you know, improve market efficiency. And I think we could break that down further. So you said what you're trying to do is you're trying to lower transaction costs. You're trying to maybe lower total RA costs. And I would add to that, you know, other, I suppose, potential benefits like doing joint generator transmission outage planning. Like there are other efficiencies beyond just prices that we could achieve here with kind of a new system. And then from the goal, I think we kind of have background elements we should consider. For example, RA is no longer fungible. A megawatt from storage is not commensurate reliability from a megawatt to gas. And that's something we've never addressed before in our planning replacement process. And we've touched on enforced outages that you need local for local, but the planned outage process is just system, and a megawatt is a megawatt. And I don't think that's going to be true going forward. So in that context, when you now get down to these individual suggestions, I think we could build them out and say, how well, if you do the best possible market design for each of these, how well could these achieve the goals? And then within there, what are the costs? What are the benefits? Because some of these have significant costs, not just in terms of money, but in time and implementation and effort. And I think there'll be trade-offs that as a stakeholder community we'd have to make. But I'd really encourage the CAISO staff to build this out further and not just take a poll on what stakeholders want at this point in time or start throwing darts at specifics, because I think each of these has the potential to meet those goals and achieve efficiencies. You know, I'll note, for example, that I think suggestion 2 could be built out in multiple ways and reap incredible benefits. I also think it would be very challenging to make that work with the CPUC. So I really just hope that everyone keeps an open mind and that we do have the potential to move forward with all of these, at least for a little while before we start eliminating options. Thanks.
All right, and then the next question in queue is from Mohan. Mohan, you may be mute. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is Mohan Narula with CDWR. Thanks, Noah, for this presentation. And I have some question on the suggestion 2. So you are suggesting that only single year ahead sowing here. So for certain kind of load and resources that depend on hydrology and water demand, for example, CDWR's water pumping, it's going to become very challenging from, you know, only year it's sowing, because there can be a significant difference in resource and load. depending on hydrology. So year ahead, by October, we may have different hydrology forecasted, and actually during the year, compliance year, it can be completely different. And we have seen like 100% difference in resource and demand in the monthly process compared to the annual. So this kind of, change may not, it's going to be very challenging for those kind of load and resources. So that's one question I have. And I think it would be good to update the demand and resource capacity in the monthly process, at least for those kind of resources such as hydro. So that was my comment on suggestion 2. And suggestion 3, I think what we have seen is certain resources that are partial RA resource, let's say 200 megawatt total and 100 megawatt is RA continuously and 100 megawatt is under the maintenance, planned maintenance, but that resource can take outage, planned outage only for part of the day, let's say from 5 a.m. through 17, and it can come back in operation from 17 onward. So that resource is not RA, but actually it is generating during super peak hour. So that kind of capacity might be useful for substitution if the substitution is in a granular level, not for the whole day, maybe for like super peak hour where ISO system needs most. So that's my second, thought about suggestion 3.
Mohan, I will concede that I do not understand the RA program under CDWR. So apologies if I'm speaking, if we're speaking past one another. Generally speaking, my views on RA essentially is you would have a set RA requirement that does not get updated for demand on a month ahead basis. But I know PUC currently has its load migration, I think twice a year, but that is slightly different process. I think what at least what I'm hearing is you're saying you might forecast in the year ahead process that you might have, I don't know, call it 500 megs of demand, but then in the month ahead process, you would expect to have 700. And I, relative to from 500 to 700, I don't know whether that's the 90% versus whatnot, but I'm assuming that the demand curve itself is static. Apologies if that is not true. And if it's not static, I don't have exact yet thoughts for that. But as well on the supply side, what I'm also hearing is that you're forecasting your hydro to be able to meet 500 megawatts of demand in the year ahead process, but potentially you would also update it to say, now it's available for 700 megawatts. I'm not familiar enough with that process. So I would think maybe flip it on its head and say, why not sort of suggest and assume you have capabilities for the hydro, if you were to go with sort of option number 2, in the year ahead process, submit the 700 megawatts, but then in the month ahead process, because you know the hydrological conditions, essentially it's a 200 megawatt outage or a D rate. And if you've committed 700, you will have to go and buy 200 megawatts of substitute capacity in number 3 or number 4, or vice versa. If you're only committing 500 megs and now you have an extra 200 megs available, you can provide it into the suggestion number 3 in the marketplace itself. I think for me, there are multiple ways to try to figure out how you optimize sort of that particular portfolio. But again, I don't know well enough on how the CDWR process works. So maybe the ISO can build this out.
Yeah, I think with regard to resource, currently you can update the increase in NQC if there is a forecast that is higher than current NQC. So, that way we can, if you have better hydrology, you have more hydro generation coming up than you forecasted in the annual process. Now you can increase your NQC because your forecasted value has gone up. So that actually helps ISO system by increased NQC, that resource can be available more,
Maybe let me give some background to Noah and the team, Mohan, and correct me if I'm wrong, but CWR follows an approach. They operate a big hydro fleet, and their approach is they start with the conservative numbers, RA numbers and AQC numbers in the year ahead process. And as the month ahead process comes in and they get better forecasted capability of their hydro fleet, they update, potentially increase their NQC and then update their RA showings accordingly. So which I think is a really good, really reliable way of telling the CAISO, I'm only going to give you what I think I can do, and I'm going to give you more if I think I can do more. It's a conservative approach, but I think it's a good kind of safe approach, instead of saying I think I give you a lot more in the year ahead, but then in the month ahead they realize they can't do that capability. So that's what they do. So in your case, Mohan, I think if your obligation becomes 100%, either you forecast more, your forecast becomes more forgiving or optimistic, or you go procure additional capacity to meet whatever your hydro fleet cannot do for your obligation. So you get that, Noah. So basically, they don't know for sure, and it's not just them, the hydro fleet in general. They don't know what they can do as they get closer to the operating date. The certainty gets better of what they can provide. So their month ahead forecast is much better than their year ahead forecast. And I think Mohan is asking, how do we deal with this, especially CWR, as their majority of their, if not all of it, is a hydro fleet that's supporting their RA need.
Yeah, but that I think the underlying question really variable is really the load, because they're modifying the load as they get closer to the. No? Wait.
No, I don't think they're modifying the load. Their load is set up year ahead by the CEC like everyone else. It's just their supply is changing as they realize what their hydrological conditions are.
No, we do provide forecast to CEC 60 days in advance, knowing that we have that much of variability. So that's in the process with CEC.
So, Mohan, you do monthly updates to your forecast?
Yeah, CEC. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then
to CEC.
For the sake of time, maybe we can get to the last two questions. I know Lauren also hasn't weighed in yet and has a question in the room. So
I was actually going to weigh in on the hydro discussion, so it's already
great.
been asked and answered.
Yeah, I think we have one last question online before we break for lunch. So let's go ahead and take that, and then we can save the additional questions for after lunch, after Abhishek shares the rest of his analysis presentation. So Kathleen, go ahead.
Thanks, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'll be brief. This is back on what Carrie was bringing up, but I wanted to just flesh this out because, no, I really appreciate the suggestions. I do think that you have a couple different problem statements that these suggestions are getting at that more discussion may help tease out, but I really just wanted to provide context that I'm trying to have an open mind, but I'm struggling with having an open mind and be transparent on why. The reason is that we've been working with both as collective stakeholders, but also individual companies with the CAISO on this topic for at least 3 years. And in all of those conversations and all of those potential solutions, which I think some of these are what you're bringing up, the guidance that we received, and I believe it was mid-2022 based on the notes I see, I think it was July 2022, like we finally reached a decent amount of clarity with CAISO leadership, or CAISO policy leadership at the time, really communicated that suggestion 4 was what needed to happen. And so in the discussions with the CAISO at the time, that agreement or clarity and guidance that we received was that until the planning reserve margin includes a buffer to cover planned outage without substitution risks, that the CAISO was not willing to relax or revisit this topic. I'm super happy that CAISO is revisiting this topic. Since that time in mid-2022, you know, we've been having these continued discussions and continued encouragement to take that desire of the CAISO, what they need in order to help solve this issue, to the appropriate venue, which is the local regulatory agency. And so because of that, we've been submitting comments, proposals, working and communicating with the parties at CPUC on this need for the planned outage without substitution, uncertainty, that risk to be in the planning reserve margin. So you mentioned a question of how much capacity to procure as a buffer. We've provided those comments and proposals really tied to this risk of you have a planned outage without substitution, so that you could use the plan to force data. But what I'm trying to highlight is my understanding is this is not necessarily open for discussion, and it was more a directive to get this solution to be adopted in order to be able to relax POSO. At least that was the CAISO position at one point in time. So for me to be able to have you know, an open mind and think about those costs and benefits, as Carrie was suggesting, I actually really do need to know from the CAISO if they're open to these larger scale reforms. So adding to that assessment, a clear direction on if you still are asking everyone to go out and advocate for suggestion 4, or if you are in fact open to these other issues, is going to be essential. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in there, Kathleen. And at least I'm not sure which means you're referring to. I'm happy to sort of take that offline with you. At least in terms of like, are we serious about developing solutions to these challenges? Yes. And I think are these topics a part of the scope that we were imagining the solutions would include? Yes. Lots of questions and details about the implementability. I think we're having good discussions here around some of the solutioning. I'm really glad that we had I had like 5 questions and with no questions in the room, but now we've had, you know, a good robust discussion around these. And I think, yeah, I think we're looking for, at least as Carrie alluded to, clear problem statements, clear goals, and then solutioning to try to figure out how can we best change our processes and designs to sort of meet those objectives. And I think that part of it, that what we've alluded to in the earlier rounds, was some sort of refined either pool or outage substitution process where parties don't have to do this on an individual basis, but can be done in more of a centralized manner where resources can be shown to us, transparency can happen in the market, and that we can sort of both create better runways for participants to have maintenance, to do their maintenance, as well as the CAISO can get the resources needed to reliably off the grid is really what we're shooting for here. And that we're not, I don't think that any of these, I don't think that we're only shooting for number 4 and we're only shooting this to be done through the LRA processes. But I think this is part of a more robust discussion in terms of, you know, within the ISO's tools and processes, how can we make this how can we make our tools as effective as possible in meeting the various objectives, including reliability, including market efficiency. So that, I mean, I don't know if that helps, Kathleen, but yeah, I think we're serious about this, and that's why we've had this as a topic scoped into the working group.
All right, I see one more hand. Do we have 4 minutes for another question? Okay, then let's go to Natalie.
That you stated that we supported number 3, but looking, and this is again before my time, so maybe I'm wrong, but what I recall was that we actually opposed this in our comments that we filed in April of 2020. So I want to just bring that to your attention if you were looking at, you know, our statement from the CCM.
You're saying on the,
Natalie, did you say you energy opposed or proposed?
We opposed that back in 2020. And this is, again, I may be incorrect, but based on the comments that we filed back then, and I've provided a link to that to all the panelists, we actually provided comments to the stakeholder process in April 2020, where we explicitly had said that we are not in support of such a framework. Again, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I get clarity? And like, we should read your comments, so I appreciate your bringing this back up. And you're saying this is specifically with respect to the suggestion 3 on creating, and so like what I saw across the screen might have been saying related to CPM. So I was wanting to make sure that this is really with sort of creating a process for a outage pool where there could be a different sort of organized process to provide sort of a centralized process to do to allow
Substitution.
for substitution. Okay, thanks for flagging that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
apologies if I misread your comments. I had interpreted was for supplier, the supply community for substitute capacity, a market clearing mechanism was supported by at least the energy division.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, this is before my time, so I probably, I'm hoping that I'm not incorrect, but if we could just step back and take a look at those comments first, and I'll also check. I would really appreciate that.
I would certainly appreciate that. And yeah, I'm happy to engage with you in future meetings as well on this topic. But I think that particularly in terms of the scope of the challenges, yeah, we can go back and see where you are and where you were back then, and make sure that we're able to represent your comments and positions and make sure that stakeholders are aware of that. But sort of on that process forward, I think as well, we'd certainly want to engage with you on, how, if any, like what reforms might be appropriate in terms of sort of addressing some of the challenges we see to date with our outage and substitution processes and some of the challenges that stakeholders have brought up here. So yeah, but thanks for flagging that. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I see congratulations, everybody. We did not need to have a 2-hour lunch. We are currently at the scheduled time for lunch at 12 o'clock. So I would propose that we sort of continue with the original schedule. We meet back here at 1 o'clock. We've gotten a little bit ahead of the 1 to 205 discussion on outage substitutions, which is fantastic. What I'll propose is that we basically might kick it off with a refresh on the analysis piece, and Abhishek will maybe finish walking through presenting some of the slides in terms of that analysis, sort of helping to find out how we see the problem statements. And then we can sort of jump back to City of Anaheim and Vistra, and as well as all continuing this discussion around looking at sort of understanding different perspectives from stakeholders. But yeah, so thanks again. Yeah, I hope folks enjoy their lunch, and for the people online, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
All right, thanks everyone. See you back at 1 p.m. Pacific time. All right, everyone, welcome back from lunch. If we could go back to the agenda slide real quick, just to see where we left off, and then I'll turn things back over to Abhishek. So this morning we had some good discussion on the outage and substitution, and then also got to hear from MRP a little bit early, and the DMM. So we are going to circle back to the analysis portion of the outage and substitution presentation that Abhishek was sharing. And then we'll continue with the discussion panel with City of Anaheim and Vistra and a larger working group this afternoon. So with that, let's go to slide, I believe it was 20, and I'll hand things back over to Abhishek.
Thanks, Isabella. Can we go to the next? I think we did have a discussion on the proposed and the planned outages. Probably we can go to the next one. Okay, thank you. So this is these are the outages, percentage of outages for planned and forced for the gas resources. And there are many ways of slicing and dicing these kinds of resources and these analysis, but this is at that point we just thought that this is more relevant, where you take the outages for a gas resource and you divide it by the RA showing for the gas resource. So it's a percentage of outages for gas resources as a ratio of RA showing for the same resources. So it shows that there is a seasonal variation to it. There are these summer months where you see a lower outage rates for the gas resources in the summer month, except 2022. But generally, we have seen that those are lower, and then there are these shoulder months where you might see the outage rates which are higher as compared to their RA showings. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So this similarly, what we did for gas resources, this is for the storage resources where we are comparing it to the RA showing. Now, just one caveat to this is that for the 2019, 2020, and initial part of 2021, the RA showing for the storage was very, very less. So I mean, when you see a higher percentage during those months, it's not relevant. It might be it might not be relevant because the capacity, the RA showing for storage resources were very, very small quantity. But as we progress towards 2021, 2022, and 2023, where the RA showing for the storage resources are increasing, and I'll show you in the next slide the increasing pattern, but that is where it becomes more relevant, more significant, because your RA showings are much more as compared to the previous years that you see. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, this is the RA showing for the LESR resources. As I was saying that for the 2019, 2020, the RA showings for the storage resources were very less, but then you can see an increasing trend, and it has gone to about 5,000 megawatts from the RA for the storage resources. And we track this regularly. We have these monthly reports. We do track the RA showings by month for different fuel types, just to keep a tracking from ourselves as well. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so now this is the total outages. This includes the forced outages and the planned outages, and this has been broken down by fuel type. So I've just included the gas, the hydro, the storage, and all the other resources. I've put them into other, just because there were small variations to it. That is the reason. But then I've just kept these 4 fuel types as of now. But obviously, there are other ways of looking at it as well. But this includes the forced and the planned outages, the total outages by fuel type, and you can see that there is. Starting from 2021, there is the gray portion that you see is the very, very small portion of the storage resources. So that is the relevant, because this is the total outages in ratio with the total RA showing that you can see. So that's why you can see that the storage resources are very, very small as compared to the gas or the hydro resources. Any question? I think that's what it is that I have. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. For the storage outages, does that include outages due to state of charge, or is this just when the unit is actually out?
This could be any outages. If they have an outage card that they would put in, it would be included as part of. So then it could be because of the state of charge as well. But then has to be a derate on the capacity of that particular. So let me rephrase that. So if there is a derate on the capacity on the storage resources only, then it will be included.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, we have a question on the WebEx from David McMillan. David, go ahead. You may be muted on your device. still can't hear you. I know we have another question in the room. We still have the question in the room? No? Okay. Maybe we can come back to David at a later time, or you can put your question in the chat and we can address it through there.
Thank you. Oh, good.
Noah Tom from Middle River Power. Can you just quantify whether or not these are max outages for the month, or is it an average, sort of like a weighted average by day of the month?
This is the average outages over the month.
So therefore, it's not, even if it's a one-day outage, you're sort of averaging it.
Averaging.
You're making an assumption that it's shown as it's out for the entire month.
No, so basically, no, the process is how we analyze it. We look at each and every resource for the outages and we break it down by 1 minute level, because outages can have, outages can start at 8:59 and it can go up to 9:39, just an example, right? So we break it down by each and every minute because there might be an overlapping outages as well. So we look at those outages and then we look at the resource level, then we aggregate it up based on how we want. So this is basically you aggregate it over the day and then you aggregate it over the, average it over the month.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, we have another question online from Carrie Bentley.
PTF. I wanted to follow up on Noah's question to make sure I understood. So you're averaging across the day. So like if an individual resources outage, it was out, I don't know, 100% one day and it was a 30-day, you would say, 1/30th, and that was the percentage. And then you're adding all the resources up. Can you just clarify?
So no, so basically you add all the outages for the gas resources and then you look at the RA showing for the gas resources. So for an example, in this case, if there is an outage from the gas resources, 500 megawatts as compared to a showing of 20,000 for that day, you take that average and then you average that percentage across the month.
I see. I think when we're trying to figure out the issue this is causing to reliability, I think it might be more helpful to look at max concurrent outages in a day within a month. Because I think this is now if I'm understanding you correctly, this would be underestimating the hardship of outages on any individual day.
Yeah. No, makes sense. Yeah. I mean, we can look at the max outages and we can see how it differs from the average, definitely. And then we might be able to at least get a different picture from it.
Yeah. And I think we'd have to be careful. I know one time I made that request to the CAISO, and sorry to be particular, but what ended up happening is you guys then ended up pulling the max outage from each resource for each month, not the coincident max outage day. So yeah, I think you know what I mean. But just to be really clear, I think we don't want to overestimate, the impact either.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. No, we'll look into it. Definitely. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
All right, and then David put his question in the chat. So on this slide, did you stack the megawatt, not percentage outage of each resource and then normalize the percent of the RA that's out?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, I think I just aggregated the megawatt first, and then you take a percentage and then take the average of the percentage.
Okay, thank you. No other questions on the WebEx. Are there any others in the room?
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah, really. Thank you. Thank you, Abhishek, and thanks for the good discussion there. So I think with our moving back to our agenda topics, I think we're probably going to be moving back to what was previously scheduled for 1 o'clock, which was a continuation of the stakeholder discussion around the outage and substitution processes. We had a couple more people who had offered to speak to sort of facilitate that initial discussion. I believe, and I don't know the transition online. Could you help me, Isabella? Is it, could we pull up Linda from Anaheim? Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. So Linda, if you could raise your hand.
Linda?
Oh, okay. Nick,
I apologize.
and if we could move Nick to panelists and unmute, that would be great. All right, Nick, you should be unmuted.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you first of all, let me start by thanking you for having me. My name is Nick Berkey. I'm a senior integrated resources planner with the City of Anaheim's Public Utility Department. My background or my role here is in regulatory and legislative affairs, mainly regarding cap and trade and broader ISO policy. Anaheim is a mid to large size POU in California, as well as a participating transmission owner. We have about an annual 2,000 to 2,500 gigawatt hour load with a roughly 590 megawatt peak. We do have generation and resource adequacy units, both internal and external to the ISO system, as well as outside of California that we do import. This includes about 200 megawatts of peaking capacity within our distribution system. That is vital for our RA program. So I was asked to speak to everybody today regarding pain points and pressure points regarding the current RA program. And I will start by saying that Anaheim is a member of the 6 cities, so we have been active through the 6 cities group in participating in these programs. However, just like many other entities, Anaheim is stretched thin, both in terms of staff resources and just the general constraints in the marketplace and the ability to procure resource adequacy. I know many people have heard me say this before, but California is at a point in their renewable or their green energy transition where we're kind of at a bottleneck and we're finding more problems than solutions at this point. And obviously one of them is reliability, which the RA program looks to resolve, as well as just procuring enough clean energy resources in order to meet both the state mandates as well as RA requirements and ISO requirements. We take the point that because we have finite resources and are already stretched thin, we are asking that the ISO look at its current program and see where the pain points are and what can be, and identifying those points and resolving issues rather than adding more layers of complexity on what we consider an already robust RA program. By working through these processes or by fixing what we already have, it would save time rather than creating a whole new program, which would potentially be outdated by the time it gets implemented through the FERC process and would be outdated, and the legislature and other agencies in California would have time to change basically the goalposts. So we're looking for a nimble and not overly complex RA program that will provide reliability. And we also view the RA program as one cog in the greater machine that the ISO operates. Other programs that we believe that whose changes need to be made in conjunction with the RA program are already occurring in the interconnection process enhancements, as well as the transmission planning process. And we just want to see how, sorry, my notes are kind of all over the place. I'm going to take a step back and just say, so some of the pain points that we're looking at is right now the ISO is not incentivizing LSCs to show their available RA, but rather most of the aspects of the program are penalties rather than incentives. And we asked that the ISO consider a few ideas to be considered as a replacement for to incentivize good behavior and greater showings. In terms of showing and replacement RA, there's only disincentive to not showing excess RA above your current LRA requirements. By having a disincentive, you have LSCs withholding capacity, thus tightening the market. And if capacity is not making it to the market, then how does the ISO have access to it or can view it? So in general, some of our potential solutions would be, we sincerely believe that there's no need for an across-the-board revamp of the RA program. Targeted changes and updates can resolve many, if not all, if not most of the reliability issues. And timing is important. LSCs are facing procurement challenges now, so solutions should focus on actions that can be implemented expeditiously and may need to bifurcate initiatives. And we may need to bifurcate initiatives into what we can solve quickly and those where more time is needed to think out the process. And to be perfectly honest, there is no one universal solution to any given problem or suite of problems. So to think a little outside the box and maybe take small steps to refine what we currently have is a better process than revamping an entire system or program. I will also say that regulatory and legislative pushes for higher RA will not solve the problems, as our constrained market makes it untenable to increase requirements when there's simply no supply to be had. I would also like to make the statement that another pain point is that because of market dynamics, we are losing reliable / thermal units due to retirement prior to clean resources having been proved as reliable replacements. So there's another spot where lack of supply is rearing its head. And I will also say that with spiraling cost of energy and transmission, the ISO in the past has used IT implementation costs and staffing requirements as a rationale to exclude a proposal. But going forward, I implore that the ISO view these implementation costs as a cost savings by being able to relieve a constrained market. So I know the 6 cities had a call with the ISO staff recently. And on that call, I think, which is one of the reasons why I think I was asked to present, I presented a potential proposal for revamping the RA program that keeps many aspects of the current program, but at the same time allows greater access to RA capacity for the ISO, as well as makes showings a little bit simpler and substitutions simpler for LSCs. I like to call it my pie in the sky proposal. Sorry, I had to make a joke after the I hate POSO slide earlier on. I envision a proposal where LSCs would be encouraged to show all their available RA capacity that they currently have under contract, own, etc., instead of just the bare minimum that their LRAs require. The reason LSCs hold back now is because if you show above this minimum LRA requirement, which is typically 15 to 17% right now for most entities in the state, you not only do you have must offer obligations on all that capacity, but also if there's an outage, you still have to substitute for that RA, even though the outage, even with the outage, you still exceed your RA requirement. And as well as, apologize, I lost my spot. Well, that was, and there's also the must offer obligations. So in this world, if you show all of your capacity and then, oh, sorry, that was the point I had missed. By overshowing, then the ISO has a better view of all the capacity that is in the markets rather than just the bare minimum. So with the current process, you have most LSCs will withhold some level of RA capacity and not make it available on the bilateral market just to satisfy a potential RA shortfall. And by doing that, it obviously constrains the market. And I know for a fact that Anaheim does that just because if there is a forced outage, we do not want to get hit with that penalty. We'd rather have something in reserve. And I'm not sure if this is true or not for the IOUs, but on a simple, my inner economist in me says that because they're an IOU and if they were to sell any excess RA capacity, there is no benefit for them because it would just be returned to the ratepayers, and so there's no incentive to expel the excess man hours to selling that energy to the market. So that further constrains the market. So it's just a good example that the current paradigm is not textbook, or it may look good on paper, but in the real world does not operate it like in a textbook. So my proposal would be to have all LSCs show all RA eligible resources on their annual and/or monthly showings. Any resource adequacy capacity above the minimum requirement would not be subject to the must offer obligation or substitution requirements. So an example, if your RA requirement is 100, you show 120, and you have a 15 megawatt outage, you would not have to show any substitution, and you would still be in compliance with your RA requirements. Obviously, there would still be, this is finer details, but you'd still be subject to system, local, and flexible requirements. So not all outages are like for like, but those details would have to be fleshed out in a stakeholder process. But this proposal would also create an incentive structure where an LSC with an RA shortfall could be penalized, but may not have to cure that shortfall, because if the ISO determines that another LSC that overshowed their or has too much RA capacity can meet that shortfall, then there would just be some sort of, we'll call it incentive mechanism, where the LSC that is short will pay a penalty, potentially the CPM offer cap or some other defined rate, and those penalty monies would then be distributed to LSCs that overshowed. This, and like I said before, this also allows the ISO to have better optics into available RA and avoid shortfalls or just current CPM designations as needed. And substitution would not be required for RA above minimum showings. Obviously, if an outage dips you down below your requirement, you'd still have to make a substitution, but it would give LSCs a lot more flexibility and, quite frankly, a lot less work during the course of a given month. It also reduces the complexity and need for complex RA planning around outages. I know my friend at Middle River showed a complex outage plan for a given month, and that really wouldn't be necessary as long as your outages do not exceed your excess capacity on your showing. And like I've said a few times, but just the ISO having visibility would allow them also to determine where they need to have cure RA deficiencies in certain areas of their um, footprint. So some of the benefits would just in general resolve many issues identified today on today's call. It does not limit LSE's ability to remarket excess RA. Allows LSEs to potentially profit from their excess capacity or excess RA capacity attributes that would not have been used on anybody else's showings. It also allows the ISO to see where the excess RA is and determine if there's an appropriate resource available for substitutes. If not, then shortfall LLC would still need to provide substitute capacity. And thinking over this, a few of the shortfalls, I mean, this is just off the top of my head, or in my notes, I should say. It could have a complex implementation, whether it's systems, just stakeholder process for the construct of the program, as well as staff training. But once again, I think that no longer needs to be an excuse at the ISO, and those costs down the road will actually save monies, and in turn lower rates for ratepayers. It would also, this plan obviously on paper looks good, but it would not ultimately resolve reliability issues, say in Q3, when capacity is needed most. But it would definitely make other time periods during the year better. The ISO could also rely on these showings. Oh, and the ISO would rely on the showings rather than the open market for shortfall backfills. And on the other side, it does not solve the supply issues of RA markets for LSEs, but technically it resolves the supply side issue for the ISO. So say if Anaheim was to go out and buy or search for RA capacity, it may still be difficult for us, but with the added visibility, the ISO should be able to run their market much more smoothly. So that's just Nick's, or that's just my pie in the sky idea regarding the RA proposal. The 6 cities, as well as I'm sure many other entities out there, have emailed staff conceptual proposals for consideration, as well as I'm sure, like I mentioned earlier, we've had calls with staff just to discuss the RA program. And none of these proposals contend to be a comprehensive solution, but they are intended to either work together for a broader solution or a broader partial solution, I should say. One proposal that was made by the 6 cities was to have to recognize in front of the meter energy storage on a distribution system as being able to reduce load, thus RA obligations. So this would act as energy only. It would give the ISO better telemetry and visibility into these resources in lieu of being in lieu of being located behind the meter. Because one of the things that is happening now is a lot of energy storage is not receiving deliverability in the interconnection process. But if it's solely on a LSE's distribution grid, and can be placed in front of the meter and give the ISO visibility, that can only provide benefits, and instead of being placed behind the meter where the ISO has no visibility into when it's charging and discharging. Another would be to create a new type of project that is more or less automatically approved by the ISO, called locally developed generation. So this is where a generation facility would be developed and built within an LSE's service territory. And more or less when I say that, I'm referencing, coming from a POU, in my world, I'd be referencing a POU's distribution network, which are more or less embedded, more than less usually embedded within an IOU service territory. So these types of projects would not exceed a territory's minimum load, so there would be no risk of exporting to outside of the LSC's distribution grid onto the greater ISO or IOU's transmission grid. This energy can only be used for an LSC's service territory and cannot be resold outside of it. It would need special interconnection status, but would not need deliverability study, since it would be wholly used within an LSC's service territory or distribution territory. It also helps POU. This would also significantly help POU satisfy the state's clean energy mandates if they are able to just use internally and not have to go through the whole cluster and study process. And it's for POUs, it would be essentially a way of reducing their load in their territory, and thus lowering their RA obligations, as well while at the same time building green resources. Conditional RA showings. So this would be a spin-off of my pie in the sky proposal, or I guess a light version of it. This would be where LSCs could potentially voluntarily list unutilized RA on their monthly showings and identified as potentially capable of being used as substitution, not just for themselves, but possibly for other LSCs as well. Essentially, the ISO could act as a middleman to bring two LSCs together. LSCs would be compensated if called upon, but not penalized if the resource goes on forced outage or any sort of outage, similar to my larger plan. And LSCs with shortfalls would be penalized. And these penalties would go to LSCs who satisfied any backfill required. The next would be essentially the same plan as the conditional RA I just described, but for MIC, maximum import capability or capacity. Apologize, creating my acronyms right now. Because right now the ISO imports plenty of external energy into the ISO footprint, but does not receive RA status because of the lack of MIC. So this could be a way for not just the ISO to give RA status to some of these imports, but also for some LSCs to identify who has the excess MIC and provide the potential for resale of or for the sale of MIC from one entity to another that needs it. On that note, the 6 cities, CalCCA and Shell, have submitted requests in the 2024 Policy Initiative Catalog process for a holistic review of MIC design and allocation. So this conditional showing of MIC on an RA plan is just a portion. We still stress that a holistic review does need to be done. We also would like, similar to what happens for import RA right now, granular or daily RA showings just for LSC's general showing. Because right now, as mentioned before, LSCs may hold back on monthly showings due to a planned maintenance. However, this could encourage bilateral trading of excess RA capacity by not having to hold back a whole resource as replacement for an entire month. I know for our internal peaker units, a lot of times we will show 75% of its capacity and hold back 25% as a backfill. But if we had the ability to schedule day to day, we could show 100% in a lot of those days and only hold back when there's an outage, or sorry, not show a unit when there's a planned maintenance outage or whatnot. And on that note, I do not have anything else. I apologize if it comes off as rambling, but this is there's a lot of ideas floating out there, and I just wanted to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Do we have any questions or comments in the room? Yeah, Adeline, go ahead.
Yeah, so for the proposal, you had the first one to basically show capacity above array requirements. It's a bit unclear to me what will be the incentive to do so. And so I got your point is like, then there won't be a need for maybe this mandatory substitution. However, back in the day, there was not this mandatory substitution and the area market was less tight and we ended up having like the situation in 2020. So question for you is more like on which basis and what are the incentives for LSCs to do so? And I mean, why do you believe that will solve the substitution problem?
So it may not solve the full substitution problem, but it would solve many aspects of it. And the way I view it is it's not that there's an incentive to show, but there's no longer a lack of disincentive to show it. So if you are no longer if you're any LSD with excess capacity would, I have yet to hear a good reason why not, but is obviously would bid it into the market anyways to try to obviously garner revenue and profit off that, whether it's an RA unit or not. So if you're going to hold that unit back for potential substitution, you're still bidding it in the market. So if you put on your RA showing, you're disincentivized. You're now disincentivized. Sorry, but let me take a step back. I got ahead of myself. If you put it on your showing, now you must offer obligations apply to that unit. Substitution requirements apply to that unit. And rain penalties apply to that unit, as well as any other incentives that are applied in the RA program. So if you remove those disincentives and say anything, if your RA obligation is 100, but you have 120 contracted in your portfolio, the ISO asks, the ISO can, if everybody shows that 120, but you don't have that disincentive to be penalized for that additional 20, if you have to take a forced outage, you don't have to put in you should put an outage, but you don't have to put in an outage because it's not an RA unit. There's no MOO. You don't have to, if it goes on an outage, you don't have to worry about substituting it as long as you stay above that 100. Obviously, if you're, and then on top of that, the incentive would be if another entity was not able to substitute or there was a general shortfall on the system, if the sort of like CPM, whoever has the shortfall is responsible for that cost, well, they would pay that penalty and that monies would go not to the CPM unit, but rather the LSC that has the excess capacity, whether it's on a pro rata system or pro rata methodology or some other methodology determined by stakeholders in the ISO. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so I guess what you mean is like for the extra capacity above the requirements, because there is no most offer obligation, it's basically where you see their kind of incentive because you will still be bidding in the market and kind of get paid for this capacity.
Yeah, I mean, you have the potential to get paid for the capacity if somebody's short, but there's no disincentive not to show it on your RA plan anymore. Because right now, if you show it on your RA plan and something goes wrong, the only thing that could happen are headaches. Substitution. There physically can be costs to showing excess capacity that you don't need to show. But if you remove all those disincentives, then there's no cost to it. So I would hope our LSCs would show excess capacity. that if they haven't already sold it off.
Noah Tom from Middle River. Nick, I think I generally agree, sort of from the point of view of a POU or an IOU, having sort of worked in that role where you would own much of the capacity in your supply stack, and so therefore you have a 24 sorry, not 24, you have a 12-month sort of contract, essentially, availability for yourself, and then to optimize whether you're to monetize it in the shoulder months because someone else is looking for it, or to hold it as part of your supply stack for substitution for the current time frame and process that we have. In the past, where prior to standard capacity product, not to Stephen Keen over there, as well as RAIM in 2013 timeframe. You're right. We no longer are sort of incentivizing, telling load-serving entities that own capacity, have ownership of said capacity, say, bring it to the ISO. There's no penalties for you, because otherwise penalties go to ratepayers, for purposes of the IOUs and POUs, I suspect, and so that increases costs, and especially when you're under the the watchful eye of the Cal advocates, they're looking at what you're doing, whether or not that's right or wrong. That's at a later point. You get very conservative as far as what you are showing to the ISO, because you're worried about said penalties. I think I'm not so sure on the CCA side, because we don't have as many CCAs, maybe until recently, that own a significant amount of their own resources, and therefore they're not. They may not have excess in the shoulder months, and what they're trying to do is to reduce cost for the ratepayers, which is essentially just buying not month to month, but rather just buying monthly RA capacity to meet their 115, 116, 17% planning reserve margin. And so we don't have that process to get all CCA, or not CCA, I'm sorry, all LSCs to sort of show their excess when they may not be procuring excess, right? So I think overall, I would agree with you in the sense that if we had a system where LSCs are procuring on sort of like an annualized flat requirement basis, then you would definitely have excess relative to what your sort of true these days monthly RAs demand are, as a buffer to be built in for planned outages.
No, that makes sense. And I know, listening to that, I mean, I will be the first to say a lot of details would still need to be fleshed out in my proposal. Like I said, my background is more in just general ISO policy, and what I do have an ops background, but I'm not the one that digs into the details here. But even if you take away the disincentives in the program, even if the larger POUs, the IOUs, I mean, if the CCAs aren't able to participate in this particular knack of the program, they essentially just keep the status quo minus the penalties if they show an extra 2 or 3 megawatts. So at this point, like I said, looking for solutions without without repaving the entire freeway here. So yeah.
This is Steve Keen from Edison.
Yes.
One thing I think that would need to be worked through with that I'm seeing is, the rain penalties are resource specific, but this, you know, I think what I'm hearing is the excess capacity that's being shown is with an LSE. So I guess one question I'd have is, are you saying that when the LSE puts in its RA, it shows these are RA resources and these are like the excess RA that aren't subject to the substitution? Or is it simply that if they put in 200 and their requirement is only 150, then as long as the outage is less than 50, they're fine? But if that's composed of, you know, if that 200 that they've put in is from 4 different 50 megawatt resources, how, you know, how does that work? How do you go from the LSE having 50% or 50 megawatts of excess shown RA to the rain penalties, which would be done on a resource specific basis? At least I think that's how they work.
Yeah, so this would be, a rain would be, is like you said, is resource specific. So that would be completely separate from this proposal, because it would actually, I would love to be a part of the discussion, but whether rain stays or goes under this proposal could have pros and cons both ways. But because like you said, rain is resource specific. So if it does have a forced outage for an extended period of time, maybe it does receive some sort of, I mean, maybe it does receive a rain penalty, but at the same time, the LSC would not be required, in your example, would not be required to show substituted substitute capacity or RA for that time period. But like I said, that's one of the details that would definitely need to be fleshed out during a stakeholder process.
We do have another question on WebEx. Could we unmute Carrie Bentley?
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley from WPTF. I just had a couple clarifying questions. I'm not sure I fully really understand the proposal. So you have entities and they overshow basically relative to the requirement. And then that megawatt quantity is not under, it's committed to the CAISO, but it's not, so you can't sell it, for example, to someone else, but it doesn't have the same obligations. And then this allows additional planned entities under like a last in, first out methodology where, or for anyone, for the whole system, or just for that LSE? Can you just clarify that part?
So the way I would envision it, this is me speaking here, would be essentially your must offer obligation would be your RA requirements. So whether it's, we'll use Steve's example, if you have 150 megawatt requirements, but you show 450 megawatt units. So whether you bid in just 3 of those units, or you do 25, 25, 50, 50, as long as you bid in 150, you would meet your must offer obligation. I know I say that out loud. There may be some issues that I'm not realizing.
No, it's fine.
Down to the details, but that's how I would envision it.
But then what does that get you? I guess I'm confused. You're saying any of those resources then can go on outage?
Yeah, any of the resources would go on outage, but I think the primary benefit is that they're being shown to the ISO. So they have, I guess the primary benefit actually would be the LSC, that if one of the units goes on outage, they wouldn't have to worry about any sort of substitution.
But
it'd just be gone. They don't, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so just that LSC or another LSC? Like, would you allow leaning? Like if SCE shows excess, would PG&E be able to take more outages?
If PG&E in this case would have more outages and they would go below their RA obligation, then that is where the penalty process where PG&E would whether it's the CPM offer cap or some other penalty rates, would so it would, yes, it would be a little bit of leaning on PG&E's part, but at the same time, they're paying a penalty rate for per megawatt hour or per megawatt that they're short, and those payments would go to the entities that are, we'll just call it long RA,
Right. And
or have shown excess.
then let's say PG&E drops below, and so they're penalized. Do the megawatts that are then needed to make up for that shortfall, are those converted to RA and then have a must offer on them, so they have commensurate reliability to what was dropped?
That is a great question. That's one of those devils in the details that I have not gotten to yet. But I would see how the ISO would have to identify with a particular set of, I think that's a great question, Terry, and I would love to have a spirited discussion as a stakeholder group about that one, because that's one of those devils in the details that I had not gotten to yet, to be perfectly honest.
I think what I'm hearing is some foundational threads that are basically the original outage pool concept. So I think you're just proposing a outage pool market, fundamentally like an optional outage pool market. So yeah, happy to talk more. But yeah, I think like if I were to group what you're saying in terms of what's been proposed before, I think that's what you're saying. You want an outage pool market that's optional for people to participate in.
Okay. I'm going to take, I know you have a lot more background in the ISO markets than I do, so I am going to take you at your word on that one, but I would love to discuss further because, like I said, I'm higher up on the policy side of things here, and
yeah,
I'd love to work out some details.
Yeah, I think it's a worthwhile idea. And then I think if you couple the outage pool idea with what Noah was just saying, that takes you from an optional outage pool market to almost a mandatory outage pool market, or maybe a more functional outage pool market, because you actually have capacity to supply that outage pool. So yeah, all the good ideas. Thanks for presenting.
Thank you, Carrie.
Do we have any other questions or comments in the room? None? Okay. Not seeing any online either. So thank you, Nick.
Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. That was great. Yeah, appreciate the robust discussion. Maybe I'll turn it to stay on schedule. We have roughly 10 more minutes for the next discussion, but I don't know if Kathleen, if you're interested, and maybe we can flip back to slide 12 where we have some of the materials on. Is that the right way to do it? And yeah, I don't know if Kathleen, if you're willing to raise your hand and maybe share some of your thoughts about the challenges and some of the pathway forwards. This one might be the wrong slide. I apologize. But one more back. Oh, sorry. One more forward. Slide. Go with page 12. Slide again. Yep. Perfect.
All right. And then can we unmute Kathleen, please?
No, thank you. And I heard you, Cartha. We have 10 minutes. So Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, Senior Director, Western Markets Policy. We have roughly 1,800 megawatts of generation and storage. That's a total assets in California. Of those, we have thermal assets. We also have battery energy storage. For that context, I have been, well, Vistra, but I'll say myself, I have been really spending a significant amount of time in the last 3 to 4 years having conversations with stakeholders and CAISO staff, CAISO leadership about this very specific problem. Vistra's lens of what we've been trying to communicate and focus directing the conversation on is actually starting with the problem statement and really trying to focus on separating what problems exist. And then the second piece of what we've been trying to do is to educate both other stakeholders and the ISO on what type of outages fall into these different time periods. What is clear to us from the time that this 100% POSO was adopted back in 2021 until now is that education is crucial. So I appreciated the questions that Steve Keen brought up in the beginning, trying to ask for more about those outages. We were told that this is our moment. So Steve, feel free to jump in and ask questions as we kind of move through this. But I'm not going to move into a solution space, even though we have suggested solutions. I've already mentioned that, we've been given guidance to focus kind of the forward concerns in the right venue at the CPUC. So our focus at the CAISO on solutions has been to things that are within its authority. But my conversation today that I'd like to have is really just revisiting the problem statement, making sure we all start to learn from each other on it. So I appreciate the work that Noah did and Nick did to try and help further that today, as well as all of the CAISO and DMM staff that contributed to that knowledge sharing in the beginning as well. What I'd like to do is highlight that there are we need to be precise about these two different issues that are kind of being conflated a little bit so that we are all sharp on the differences. The first problem is that there is an increasing RA market tightness. Yes, I agree with that. And 100% POSO does increase that tightness in some instances in a way that increases reliability risks and underutilizes the RA fleet, and that does create some inefficiencies in the forward RA space. The simplest example of that is, let's say that you have an RA resource that has an outage for the month of March. March has 744 hours within that month. Let's say that this RA resource is on outage for 10 days, and Steve asked, are these sub hours? Yeah, so the example I'll give is a 10-day outage for 5 hours each of those days. That's 50 hours. So to put that into perspective, this RA resource, yes, it has an outage in March. That outage represents about 7% of all hours within that month. In the 93% of all other hours, that resource is available and it is not on outage. The current rules, if you do not have substitution or a line of sight, so for that substitution at the time of the monthly show-in, that RA resource is not supposed to show in without an expectation of being able to secure that substitution capacity by the T-29 or T-28 when when the decision is effectuated. So yes, I agree that that's totally a problem statement that was filed at FERC by multiple parties, that these rules were going to result in this. Both FERC and the CAISO were comfortable with the fact that that's what would happen at the time. But I appreciate part that you acknowledging that the market's gotten more tight, and so maybe it's worth rethinking that kind of original position, that there was enough capacity, it would be okay to not have a resource on RA for a month, even if the only percent of that unavailability is frankly de minimis in that 5% to 7% time frame. That applies as much pain on the buy side as it does on the supply side, for loads of reasons. I see a lot of what we've already discussed is really focusing on that issue, that inefficiency. So I want to put that in a parking lot because that's not been Vistra's focus of trying to communicate, because I do think people understand that inefficiency. But maybe before I move on to the second problem, let me ask and see if there's any questions on that or clarifications others want to add.
Not seeing any hands in the room or anything over the WebEx.
Okay, awesome, cool. Okay, so moving on to the second problem. This is really you can debate when it starts, but for sake of simplicity, because the current rules do contemplate that RA should not be showing into the RA monthly plan without line of sight to that substitution. Let's make it T-45 to be very crisp on when this time frame starts. The second problem is that there is currently a failure to recognize the need for advance notice forced outages to be taken that occur after the T-45 timeline, but before the T-8 timeline. If you look at the outage management BPM, everyone should be able to see that this doesn't exist. If you look at the tariff and if you look at the BPM, this concept of advanced notice forced outages isn't currently within either the tariff or the manual, although we know that they occur, and we're going to talk about what they are today. What this means from like a process perspective, just to give an example, is that, and I'll use an electric generator example rather than a gas pipeline example. An electric generator could very well have a planned maintenance event, let's say planned for April, that is a function of its long-term service agreement. That long-term service agreement requires those vendors to come out and inspect that unit over time to see what the status of that unit is as it is tracking towards its LTSA planned outage. There could be a myriad of reasons that vendor identifies that the outage needs to be moved forward and taken immediately within a certain time frame in order to avoid imminent failure. In that instance, we've absolutely seen that occur in like a 2-week, 3-week time period. So that can move that outage depending on when it was originally scheduled from 1 month to an earlier month. It's also going to move it from a time period where you showed that you had substitution to a time period that you did not secure substitution, because that is not when it was planned. And this is really an advanced notice forced outage. It's not a planned maintenance outage at this point. If that is known let's say T-minus 14 days, scheduling coordinators have a different obligation to notify the CAISO immediately upon realizing that outage. So that outage is submitted in that T-minus 14-day time period and flagged as a planned outage, even though it is a forced outage that has been identified in a time frame earlier than T-minus 8. So this advanced notice forced outage, would be flagged as planned. You would run that RA substitution capacity, let's say on the next day at 8 a.m. and identify that it would need substitution. So at the time that we identify that we have an advanced notice forced outage, submit that ticket. The very next day, the substitution capacity would identify, hey, you have 24 hours from now to go out and find substitution. From a practical perspective, the issues are not only that generally substitution capacity is not available this close to the operating day. The second thing is you have 24 hours from the time you become aware of that outage to when you are going to get it denied to find that substitution. Those two things are very acute challenges. CAISO then would deny the outage, assuming that there's in most cases, there is either no substitution or you don't have enough time to even track down if there might be. After that, frankly, I disagree with the guidance that you wait until T-minus 8. And the reason that I disagree with that guidance is because I don't think it's prudent to not communicate to the CAISO that there is an outage it has denied that you will have to take for imminent, urgent purposes, and that is outside your control, and wait until T-minus 8. That's not consistent with the spirit of our outage reporting rules, and so it's not something I think is appropriate or tenable to have that quote-unquote be the process. So in order to cure that and make sure that we're consistent with the spirit of the outage reporting rules under this scenario, of course we reported to CAISO and go outside of the processes, and we escalate it to senior leadership, and we get their buy-in and agreement that this is in fact an urgent outage that is a forced outage, even if it is in that time frame. We do have to wait until the T-minus 8 to resubmit it as that forced outage, and I think that there are process improvements that should be taken to make this process easier, more understandable and predictable, so that when the quote-unquote planned, but really the advanced notice forced outage is submitted at that T-minus 14, we're able to identify that it is in fact an advanced notice forced outage and shouldn't be denied, and be able to work with the CAISO to get that confirmed so that it is maintained as that original outage rather than doing the plan to force conversion. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Not seeing any questions in the room and none on the WebEx either.
Okay, great. Maybe now is a good time to talk about what these outages are. A lot of people have asked loads of questions, including CAISO over the years. over what this means. Like, what is an advance notice forced outage? It is so important to Vistra that this group understands what fits in this category. And this is in no way an exhaustive list, but you know, folks are asking, like, what are the outages that are truly causing challenges to this 100% POSO? And in our experience, it's these. Because the rules are clear on what is expected by T-minus 45. It's what occurs after T-minus 45 that we have insufficient practices to operate around. One example I gave was the LTSA. Vendor identifies that your planned maintenance needs to be moved up. Another issue I heard someone reference earlier on would be that if you're in the middle of planned maintenance work, but there is a delay to a piece of an equipment and you need to extend that through to the next month, there could be issues with that time frame as well. Everyone should be aware, but when you're in the middle of performing work and a challenge is identified, you cannot just stop performing major work and come back online, even if it's rolling into another month. So that is one, I agree with that. There's also been quite a significant record placed out, both in comments, meetings with the CAISO, on the gas pipeline company outages that are issued. So a couple issues there, moving off of kind of the EG, so the more of the generator triggered ones, is that electric generators that are gas fired absolutely receive outages that we are directed to take that are outside of our control from the gas company. We frequently get asked questions when we try to tell CAISO that, things like, how are you working with them? We are. We try. We ask questions. We try to coordinate. I also know CAISO itself is coordinating very closely with the gas pipeline companies. And in the time frame of the last decade, I'll say I think that there has been significant improvement in that coordination. And I will agree with statements I've heard that that is pretty much as improved as it can be on that gas electric coordination side. But I just wanted to give a shout out to both the folks on the CAISO side and the gas company side that we really appreciate those efforts. But we are still left with instances where, let's say the gas pipeline company identifies it needs to perform pigging work on a pipeline, and it is aware of that 2 weeks prior to the operating day. Again, that is an advance notice forced outage. Or if they identify the megawatt amounts and the days and the time, that's something we now are aware of. So we have an outage reporting requirement to submit that to the CAISO and have to go out and procure within 24 hours substitution capacity for that. If we don't, it is canceled. That puts us in a very awkward position because we do not, as an electric generator, have the flexibility to not take that outage that was directed by the gas pipeline company. And maybe one additional note I'd give is that the gas pipeline outages can occur prior to T-minus 45, but for the sake of simplicity, Vistra has heard that the willingness to really discuss this is at T-minus 45 and beyond, because the CAISO's policy is that if you do not have substitution or line of sight to substitution, you should not be showing on the monthly plan. So we understand that is the rule. But moving beyond that, for outages that the gas pipeline company identifies after T-minus 45, we've seen that both for some routine maintenance that may come up, but within a couple weeks, or has been moved, as well as non-routine maintenance that pops up. And I would note that I think these are, again, not normally the balance. They're not the entire month. They're subsets of months. Sometimes they're 4 days, 5 days, a couple days, and a couple hours. And it is not within our control to not take these outages. So some process to allow for advance notice forced outages is direly needed. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Kathleen. Are there any questions in the room? All right, not seeing any in the room or over the phone. So thanks, Kathleen. Okay.
Well, that was it was a great discussion. Thanks, Kathleen, for teeing that up. And I would say too, like I really feel like this was a good discussion. It kind of like broke from what I originally had thought about when I thought about the working. It was more about the the problem statement. But I really kind of felt like as we sort of delved into solutioning, it really was kind of refining problem statements, refining the goals sort of simultaneously. And so, yeah, I really appreciate people willing to share their ideas and some of their challenges. And I think that was super helpful. I think on the schedule next we have a short break. Scheduled, is that correct, Isabella?
Yeah, could we pull up slide 5, Ryan? Yes, we have another quick break before reviewing the stakeholder feedback from the previous meeting.
Yeah, so then, I think we'll come back. Why don't we come back again at, when we regroup at 2:30? We have a good number of people in the room, and I think we've had good discussions. Why don't we regroup here at 2:30, and we'll sort of turn it over to Danielle, who will be sort of leading the discussion on the stakeholder feedback, and then as well as some of the process forward in terms of developing out those problem statements and moving things towards the policy development process. So yeah, thanks again for the good discussion, and yeah, we'll see you back here in 15.
I was on mute that whole time. So welcome back, everyone, from break. We're going to turn things over to Danielle, our facilitator, and cover the stakeholder feedback we received from last month's working group. So I'll hand things over to you, Danielle.
Okay, thank you. Great discussion so far. Really interesting to hear all the different perspectives, and very helpful, I think, to hear from the stakeholders some of the challenges they're facing. I went through the participant comments, and I ask for your patience as I go through this, because I'm still sort of immersing myself in all of the information, and there's a lot. But what I thought I'd do is go through the feedback in each of the sort of areas and sub areas underneath the problem statements, and also some of the feedback on the problem statements as well as process. And I'm going to stop at sort of each theme and just make sure that it's not an exhaustive list of all the comments, but I wanted to capture the repeatable ones, the ones that were common, and make sure that I'm sort of capturing the essence of what the issues are in each of these sort of sub areas. So if we can go to slide 44, starting with problem statements. I think one of the common themes in the feedback on the problem statements is that there's definitely a question about where they stand. What is the process to finalize? Are there going to be drafts posted? It didn't appear that there was much discussion on problem statement 3, which is, I think, cost allocation. I'm just pulling up the problem statement so I have them in front of me. Local regulatory authority, resource adequacy, responsibility, and cost allocation. So there was a question about where that stood. And the next one on the problem statement was discrepancy between CPUC and the CAISO on treatment of DR, and just other resources generally, how the two resource adequacy mechanisms would work together. And then clarification that the polls that are taken should be clear that that any sort of opposition on the problem statements refers to scope change or a change to the problem statement, and not on the prioritization of issues underneath the problem statements. So I'll pause there. Any feedback on what I captured from the participant comments? And before we open it up, I will say that the CAISO and Partha and others, we spoke a few days ago and recognized that there's some work to be done in sort of putting those problem statements out, giving people a sense of where they stand, and posting more current drafts based on any changes that should be made to those based on what has been discussed to date. So with that, I'll stop for a minute and see if there's anything that anyone wanted to add on the problem statements that I did not capture.
And this is Anya with the ISO. I'll just chime in and mention for folks that haven't looked at the slides yet that coming up, Partha is going to walk through kind of revamps to the problem statements as well as proposed recommendations. And that's really kind of in light of some of this feedback and in an effort to kind of move things forward to the policy phase when ready. So just wanted to flag how your feedback has been incorporated and how we're thinking about that in terms of next steps.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands here in the room. I don't see any on the WebEx either.
Okay. On to deliverability. The comments on deliverability were really around the monitoring of the next deliverability assessment to gauge the effectiveness of the current mechanisms, impact on existing resources, the need assessment for the enhanced methodology in terms of increased deliverability, and then and I'm not sure this falls under deliverability, but there was a comment about balancing reliability and cost containment, and that focusing the deliverability requirements should be focused on maintaining reliability and ensuring that RA resources can be dependably delivered. And Anya, I don't know that I haven't finished going through every single minute of every single video, but I think this is a sub area that's still sort of going to be a topic of further discussion. They're all topics of further discussion, but I don't know that this one has been touched on as much as some of the other sub areas.
That's right. And in part, we had a separate kind of deliverability methodology review process that just came out with its final proposal, recognizing that effort kind of just wrapped up, but recognizing there may be a need for additional kind of enhancements down the line, but open to stakeholder feedback here.
Yeah. Any questions on deliverability?
Nothing here in the room, nothing online.
Okay. The 2021 UCAP refresher, there was a few comments on leveraging that UCAP proposal from 2021. Dynamic capturing of forced outage rates, not using, sort of resource type UCAP values, but using resource specific UCAP values. Using seasonal UCAP ratings, which is something that other ISOs are doing to sort of try to capture some of the issues that you were all talking about today in, ensuring reliability, not just in a peak hour, but across 4 seasons. Assessing outages during stressed condition hours. Again, that's something that's being done in other ISOs. And setting the energy offer requirements equal to the deliverable qualified capacity. Again, that's something that, as someone said here, ISO, the New York ISO does. And those were topics from the 2021 UCAP proposal that I think some of the stakeholders wanted this stakeholder working group to keep in mind as proposals move forward. Any questions on that?
Yes, we do have a question from Ryan Millard.
Sir, Energy Resources. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hi, Ryan.
Hi there. Just a general question. I want to make sure that the CAISO is coordinating comments on UCAP with the CPUC's open proceeding on that matter. I think there are a lot of great comments filed as part of that process. that are a little more relevant and up to date than perhaps the comments that were utilized under the February 13th meeting. So I'd really encourage the CAISO to go back and look at those, because several of the stakeholders that commented in that process are likely going to comment on anything that the CAISO develops. I noticed that the CAISO did submit comments and did highlight the need to coordinate with the CPUC on that. So I appreciate those comments. But there were also a number of concerns with leveraging the 2021 UCAP proposal that I think stakeholders opined on that would be relevant to bring into any of the workshops as we continue to discuss UCAP.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. That's a good suggestion. I will go back and take a look. Is that something that was posted recently?
Yes, it was. And I think there's reply comments that are going to be due on the 22nd of March. These comments were, I think, submitted on the 9th of March and included a lot of our trade sector representation.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
We have another question from Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks so much, Danielle. Appreciate this. I want to make a kind of an, I want to figure out if this is the right place to make this ask. So capacity accreditation rules are under the CAISO has default capacity accreditation rules, but it defers to the local regulatory agency for the actual qualifying capacity rules if the LRA establishes it. So I have one question to start, which is, can you help clarify for me if we're talking about this 2021 UCAP refresher only in context of the default, or is it broader than that? Do you have a sense, or does anyone else from the CAISO have a sense?
This is Parth. I'm happy to weigh in there. I think there's probably a couple of different overlapping topics. I do think it would be potentially applicable to our default counting rules and processes. I also think there's probably, to the degree that we can provide a coordinated value, with the PUC, to the degree that the PUC is adopting a UCAP type framework in their program, and we're looking forward to use, for example, resource specific data and what's ultimately adopted. There really might be an opportunity to coordinate, have a coordinated process in terms of creating consistent counting values between the two. So I don't think the discussion is applied in terms of the ISO's tariff. I think it's applying really to our default counting rules and processes. I think there's probably an opportunity to coordinate with the PUC and other LRAs in terms of how that might impact their program design in terms of setting, the capacity accreditation values that we apply to their programs, as well as the PRM setting process. And so I think that's sort of part of the, what at least in my mind, it might be that coordinated process going forward with respect to UCAP.
That's great. Thank you for clarifying that. And to be clear on the Vistra part, we have a lot of discomfort about you discussing UCAP. That would apply to qualifying capacity at the CAISO because it is a local regulatory agency authority, and we are having that discussion there in that LRA. And so in our comments, our opening comments, but we want that coordination. So in our comments, what we had asked the CPUC to do is to set up a UCAP working group that we would all participate in, including the CAISO. Of course, you would be a party that would be a super active party, having these important discussions at the right venue, in the right time. And then that would culminate, hopefully, like all working groups at the CPUC, would culminate in a report that would be filed with the commission after that working group had developed a robust UCAP proposal together. And in that way, we can make sure that all of these discussions amongst parties that are subject to that regulatory framework, it happens in the right venue and it is included in the proceeding, because it's so crucial that that record be established in that proceeding so that we can move towards the possibility of a UCAP in a predictable way. So my ask is, I would be so grateful if the CAISO, if you are into coordinating, would file reply comments that support the UCAP working group ask, and they're due on March 22nd, and that would just be a really great thing. Thanks.
Hey, Kathleen, this is Noah from Middle River. I don't know if you're still on.
Oh, I'm here.
Hey, great. So are you suggesting to have the ISO pause UCAP here for purposes of default? Because I'm just trying to get clarity on changes to its default criteria.
Well,
or
I
accounting
just heard Partha say that this is actually within scope of the standard QC, not the defaults, but that once that QC, if the QC rules of the LRA change, then the CAISO would want to coordinate any default changes. So yes, absolutely, absolutely no. The CAISO needs to pause discussions on any default until an LRA adopts a UCAP methodology and its qualifying capacity rules, unless CAISO wants to completely kind of come out of sync with how the LRAs are performing their current counting, and I don't think that is right for right now. I would be very concerned if the CAISO wanted to adopt a default that was inconsistent with the remaining LRAs while there is a ongoing proceeding discussing changes to the actual county rules.
No, thanks for that. Thanks for that feedback. And at least I'll say, like, I've struggled a little bit. It's just on myself, in just terms of like, what does that coordination look like? What's the timing of these different elements? But I think our goal is obviously not to, we're not looking to have like a jurisdictional fight, where I think that the feedback we have and our goal is like, we don't want to have like, here's the CAISO's UCAP design. It looks vastly different than what the different LRAs are doing. And so what we're looking for is really like, how do we work with the PUC? How do we work with other LRAs? And how do we create sort of this, basically a really robust and effective design at meeting the goals of what the UCAP would look like, and sort of what the venues are. And so like, my own take is like, at least from a process standpoint, I'm not sure I have it all figured out. And I think that we probably need more coordination and outreach with particularly with the PUC, as well as with other LRAs, in terms of like, how could we move this forward in a effective manner, and sort of, I think, as you're alluding to, meeting the needs of the different jurisdictional entities, particularly the PUC, in terms of documenting and going through their processes that they are required to complete. So yeah, it's a good topic. I don't think our objective is to have uncoordinated separate processes. So I think we probably just need to figure out how to align them from both from a timing and from a substance perspective.
Yeah, no, thank you, Partha. My other thing that I think I'm alluding to, because since you bit on the process part of the proceeding, is that it is important, like, it is important that stakeholders are engaged in this discussion. If we are talking about qualifying capacity rules, stakeholders can engage in this discussion at the CPUC. You do have to file for party status. And if you haven't and you are interested in having these discussions and coordination, that's the right thing to do, is become a party to the RE proceeding at the CPUC, and then engage and collaborate with all of us towards moving, our program forward in a positive direction. But to have a shadow stakeholder process at the CAISO that confuses people about where the true regulatory proceeding is occurring, I just have concerns that folks may engage here, but not there, and that's where the QC discussion needs to occur, because that's the regulatory venue where the net qualifying capacities that are not defaulted to you are going to be discussed. And I really just want a well-functioning stakeholder process on both sides of the tent.
Yeah, this is Chris Devin with TerraGen. I haven't weighed in a lot today, but I think on this one, I just want to provide another perspective, which not to undermine your position here, Kathleen, but I do tend to disagree that this is not appropriate to talk about, or we shouldn't have any discussion at CAISO. I think CAISO has a lot of the details on the, outage management, forced outage records and data. And personally, I think there's some, still open debate about if CAISO can apply a reduction for performance criteria or availability, similarly to how they do that with deliverability for the QC to the NQC. And we put that in our December comments, and hasn't really been discussed in a lot of detail, but I do think that there's, a very reasonable discussion that can continue here within the CAISO RA, working groups that can leverage a lot of the work that's already been done previously, going to this 2021 UCAP refresher information. So I just wanted to provide another alternate viewpoint that I think it is okay. I don't have a huge concern with the LRAs also talking about it at the same time. I think it is okay, and I would just encourage us to just think about this in a way that all of us want to try to get to a good result where there isn't conflicting things, to part this point. I think that's really the bottom line here. So I just wanted to put a couple extra thoughts in on my perspective on that. Thanks.
No, I really appreciate that, Chris. And I understand where your perspective is coming from, and I don't see it as undermining. I'm sure there's a way forward, and I hope the CAISO will take this feedback back and kind of think about it. I have noticed some circumstances in the past, and maybe this is where my underlying fear is coming from, where the CAISO has discussed these topics in this venue, and I have not seen them take a leadership role at the CPUC. And so I'm just very afraid of that gap occurring. And I hope that helps.
And this is Chris again. I would also share that sentiment that, I think if CAISO is going to come up with some proposals here with the help of stakeholders, that it would be very helpful to engage strongly within the CPUC to, deliver those inputs and, assist with data and those sort of things at the CPUC as well. So I definitely agree with you, Kathleen. Thanks.
That was helpful, thank you. And it sounds like, if I could repeat back for a second, it doesn't necessarily need to be mutually exclusive, that having the discussions in this group is helpful and educates people and gets people thinking about different solutions or potential solutions, but that everyone recognizes, and California ISO recognizes too, that there's an LRA responsibility that the CPUC sets those UCAP values in their resource adequacy paradigm, and that at some point they will need to be coordinated. And I think we see that if you want to go to the next slide. If we look at the feedback on UCAP, many of the common themes were about what's going on at the CPUC, and recognizing that there may be differences in proposals that need to be resolved so that there isn't double counting. And there's availability incentive methodologies. There were a lot of comments around coordinating with the CPUC. I think there were a few themes that were discussed today that are reflected in the feedback here from the last meeting. And that is the setting of the planning reserve margin, ensure that it's set to meet the same reliability targets across the LRAs, the CAISO measuring UCAP based on deliverability of generators at all times, not just peak hour. Publicly available UCAP values should be developed. And then there were some other opinions on whether you set UCAP annually in June, or you set it more frequently, considering ambient D rates for UCAP, which is something that we've seen across other ISOs. And I think there was, if you go to the next slide, a couple of comments on challenges with resource procurement. And I think we heard about that today with visibility around what's available and the difficulties in buying, UCAP, whether it's for an outage or some sort of performance mechanism, the difficulties in procuring that for shorter periods of time, days or weeks. And I think we heard today too, a suggestion, and I think it was from Nick, that we look at both shorter term changes that maybe would be easier to implement versus longer term fixes that are probably subject to a lot more discussion. So sort of taking a look at some of the sub issues and maybe potentially prioritizing based on the things that can be done and accomplished, reasonably quickly, that there's agreement on, versus longer term fixes that require a much longer time frame and much more discussion. I'll stop there on UCAP. Anything in addition to the comments that we heard on coordination with the CPUC? Anything that I missed on UCAP?
I don't see any. Oh, go ahead, Partha.
Maybe I'll weigh in too. And Aditi, I know you're here as well. I don't recognize I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but when the effort was talking, there was a little bit of discussion just about sort of that coordination with the PUC on, what I view as kind of some of our modeling processes, and like part of it was the fallout was particularly around UCAP, around then like the default rules, and so I think that there's probably, we talked a little bit about sort of the need to sort of, like some people gave sort of some of the perspective on the venues and sort of needing that. Kathleen sort of pointed out that really the PUC should be where this is handled first. Others talked about more of the coordinated efforts where we have the right data and we need to coordinate with multiple LRAs. So I thought if you wanted to weigh in, I think that was sort of one of the topics that was just discussed 2 minutes ago. But yeah, I want to give that color. And I think that that's sort of one of the things, or well, at least my perspective is that I think there'll be kind of an ongoing issue as we work through those default counting rules and the PRM setting process, is the need to coordinate with different, a variety of entities with different jurisdictions, with the CEC, with the CPUC, and that I don't know that all those details have been defined yet, but I think that there's certainly a priority on our end to prioritize sort of figuring that out, making that transparent, and working with you all. But
that's good, Partha. All I wanted to say was that is once we get this information and start our initial modeling, we will come back with our results and then share what we've calculated and then get it vetted through the stakeholder process. And also closely coordinate with our regulatory agencies on this work. So thanks.
Peter, did you still have comments?
Any other comments on that?
No, go ahead, Danielle.
Okay. Outages and substitution. There was a lot of conversation today and a lot of really interesting conversation. The feedback from the February 13th meeting was, maybe a more granular approach to RA substitution, maybe on an hourly basis. There were some requests for additional analysis on the forced and planned outages, and I know the CAISO presented some of that today, and I took some notes on some additional analysis that people were looking for. And then, more information on forced outage reporting. And I think there was a lot of good feedback today. I know that Carrie made a comment that I thought was really interesting about, and I think valid, about kind of stepping back and making sure that and clearly have defined the issue that you're trying to address or the problem you're trying to either solve or prevent. And I thought that was good feedback on the outages and substitution. But I thought there was a lot of good feedback on that today that really can push that issue forward. So any questions or comments on outages and substitution from the last meeting? or what was discussed today?
No questions in the room and no hands online.
Okay. And then the last piece was the modeling frameworks, and this really got to information that the participants are looking for in terms of, you know, leveraging what the CAISO has available to it already and looking at some of the mechanisms that are either being discussed in this working group or at the CPUC. Again, some feedback on RA showings and having them be more granular. Revisiting the monthly program design, and then, you know, clarity around what the CAISO has in terms of stakeholder information and how that information might be provided and be useful to stakeholders. So I think sort of a common theme there was coming back to really looking at what would be helpful to stakeholders and having stakeholder feedback on that. And making sure that whatever is available and can be provided is useful. And then I did want to touch on, and I think it's a good segue into Partha's, the next slides that Partha's going to address. And that is, there was some feedback around sort of where do the problem statements stand? How does the working group move from the sort of discussions that are taking place now to the next step? You know, what are the next steps with some of these sub issues? How does the working group know, or how do you measure when it's, you know, the issue's ready to move forward? So I think one of the pieces of feedback was, where do the problem statements stand? How do we vote or do a survey on our positions on the problem statements if we don't know where they stand? So Partha's going to go through where those are to date, and then I think after that, sort of talk a little bit about a process going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Danielle. Are you willing to flip to the next slide? So, and maybe I'll take a step back and talk a little bit about sort of the process as a whole, and that, you know, when I look at some of the goals from the working groups and some of the feedback we've gotten from participants, you know, there's been a variety of different, like, we have a lot of people here, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different, both different levels of understanding and different ideas about sort of what needs to be advanced and when. And so a lot of what we're really trying to do in this part of this working group process is set ourselves up well for ultimately taking key topics forward in the policy development phase. And that, at least sort of what we're looking to do was sort of, as a part of this working group structure, was kind of understand and refine the problem statements, get recommendations coming from the working group in terms of what should we be really sort of driving forward on these different topics, and sort of what should the sequence and priority be of these different efforts. And so there's a lot of feedback from different, like, this is a different sort of process. And I'll just acknowledge that than our normal working group or our normal stakeholder process that we ran previously, where, you know, the ISO would come out with, you know, an issue paper, and we kind of quickly moved to having, you know, straw proposals, draft final proposals on these various topics. What we're really looking for is, like, on some of these key topics that we've discussed, is, you know, are we sort of ready to sort of move forward with these topics? And I recognize the fact that there were lots of requests. There's requests for additional data. There's some requests for different analysis. And so we could kind of stay in the working group phase on these different topics, and that we could sort of continue to explore the issues just in terms of, like, are we really understanding the problem statements, or are we kind of ready to sort of move on to a little more of the solutioning phase, where I'd recognize that there's kind of an iterative process. Like, even as we solution, we're gonna do additional analysis. We're gonna basically, you know, define and redefine some of the goals that we're shooting for. But I thought at least sort of try to move forward the conversation with what we've heard to date and some of the feedback we've gotten, and kind of redefine some of those problem statements going forward. So for this problem statement on, like, at least we had some problem statements related to our default PRM and counting methodologies, and really that, our original problem statements were really that the PRM itself was outdated, that it had been, created, over 15 years ago and was a defined value in our tariff, and had not really kept up with the changing RA landscape. We got sort of feedback saying, yeah, it's both the resource mix and the reliability needs. Maybe we want to be a little more specific about that. And we also got feedback that it's not just the PRM, it really also should be default counting rules too. And that participants by that feedback of like, what's in your tariff as far as the default. So this isn't a minimum, this isn't setting a standard, but really saying, really you're providing transparent information in terms of what the system needs as a default in order to maintain reliability. That should be sort of up to date, using up-to-date modeling and sort of up-to-date counting rules reflecting the value of those resources to the grid. And so really the recommendation here, and it's really kind of a simplified recommendation, which is really that like the need to update our default PRM to meet a 0.1 LOLE at the ISO BA level. And that, part of that would be really, there's obviously a lot of process that would need to go into how those rules, how the counting rules are set, how the default PRM is set within the ISO's tariff, but having that consistent and transparent information, we believe that there was kind of the feedback that we had from participants here was like, this was an important issue and that you all should move forward with the process to create that updated default planning reserve margin and default counting rules. And so, yeah, so like, I think we're just like, what I recognize that we have this on the slides. And so I think we're right now, one of the efforts that Danielle is really engaging in is sort of creating sort of those documents those pathway forwards where the feedback is really well documented, as well as sort of that pathway forward and the recommendation from the process is well documented. But this is really kind of that initial discussion in terms of around these topics.
Yeah, and maybe for the time being, we can flip to slide 52. Just to talk a little bit more about that process. And then there's kind of a preview of some of those problem statements that have been edited and recommendations. So maybe we can start with 52, move to 53. And I realize, yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
know
no. You were.
I didn't know where the slides went. So thank you for calling that out.
No problem. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So why don't we kind of maybe talk about like I realize some of this has been touched on already about the kind of proposal for a path forward, and maybe
Thank you for doing
Danielle
that.
wants to, yeah. So.
This is the slide that went around with my talking points, which is really like the maturity of the issue, and have we discussed this enough as a part of the working group structure such that it should be promoted, via discussion paper for the draft. And part of what we're doing is like we're thinking about, and originally I think at the last working group we talked about a survey. How I was thinking about that was maybe a poll in the room to ask people questions, and there's some sort of hesitation based on the feedback we got. But now we're really kind of thinking about maybe the survey looks like in the comments, really try to understand from participants, who supports it and says, yeah, absolutely, this is something that's like pretty clear, needs to move forward and is ready to move forward, versus something that's saying, hey, no, not yet. We need, additional analysis. We need additional discussion around the goals before we really go towards any sort of, really sort of that solutioning process. And so for each of these, I'm not presupposing that we really have what we've drafted here correct per se, but really it's kind of an opportunity to get that initial feedback, and then to have sort of, an additional chance to provide comments and feedback, and via sort of the written comments, so we really have sort of full documents on the records in terms of how you all would alter these problem statements and the recommendations going forward. Yeah, this is the one that I think is probably more substantive in terms of all the different elements, and so that kind of probably gives the overview. So please could you flip to slide 53? Yeah, so so there's a lot of questions that came up about what our overall process looked like, and that some people have given the feedback pretty direct of, hey, when are we going to really roll up our sleeve and start solutioning? Today we did that. We kind of did that already with the outage and substitution processes as a very initial discussion, but Yeah, so I think that what we're really looking to do is, so we have one more working group with sort of scheduled currently on the books, which is, the April 25th. And what we have scheduled is really kind of the deep dive into some of our backstop processes, as well as a little bit on some tangential EDM RSE related issues related to potentially correcting RSE shortages and the cost allocation issues. And these are both issues that were already really scoped into the EDM topics to date. And so I think that we're thinking about how to sort of bring forward sort of robust discussions about those backstop processes. But then we kind of have a host of topics. And the way I think about this, and I think that there's, at least for me, like part of this RA working group process that we really acknowledge is like, to a little bit, we're trying to boil the ocean. And that like, there are so many topics here that each one of these topics on the list really could be its own policy initiative historically. What we're doing as a part of these initial workshops, we're really trying to understand some of the interplays between these different initiatives or different topics, as well as the sort of the priority that different participants had to address the issues here. And so the ones we've really discussed to date are largely on the left. And we've had discussions around, modeling, including the default PRM and counting rules. We've had some exploration around resource counting, more particularly around UCAP and the coordination with the PUC and other LRAs that could happen as a part of a specific UCAP design under both the CPUC's program and part of our rules, as well as discussion. We've had a pretty robust discussion around availability incentive mechanisms and some of the different options, both at the MSC as well as a part of our working group discussion. And then we have issues as well that have been discussed around outage substitution today. And then next time will be some of those tangential issues around EDM RSE. And so I think that what we're really doing is kind of that initial check in terms of saying, which one of these has sort of gone through, the sufficient maturity such that we should start that stakeholder process to really kind of dive in and like it probably puts a lot more onus on us to sort of start the issue paper, but as well as the stakeholders in terms of like, let's start really rolling up our sleeves and developing solutions for these different problems versus which ones need additional discussion. So the way at least I had sort of thought about dividing up the topics that we had initially scoped as a part of the discussion paper, were the ones on the left were ones that potentially we felt were, hey, I think we could be ready. We understand why that they're a priority for stakeholders. So we see the challenges with the current design, and that those could be sort of ready to move forward to the next phase. The ones on the right were the ones that felt like either they needed sort of significant more time or significant more analysis in order to really define out the problem statements and solutions. And so those are the ones where we kind of thought that there might need to be sort of additional working groups, particularly around those topics moving forward. And they wouldn't necessarily be deprioritized, but that we sort of recognize the fact that we probably need to have a lot more analysis before we really even have a common understanding about what the problem is we're trying to solve. And particularly I'd call out, we had a good discussion around FlexRA to kick it off. I think that like internally and externally, there's been a lot of discussions just in terms of, the effectiveness of the program, whether or not the current products and requirements meet the operational needs going forward, and that participants as well as the ISO have wanted to do more, to see more analysis and do more homework to really define those out before moving towards the solutioning set. So I think that we're, I think that at least maybe I'll pause here before we get to some. I know I jumped the gun and went through some of the default one already, but maybe I'll pause here and talk a little bit about the process and get people's feedback on, is this the right way to work to go forward, with the recognition that we're going to probably need to really document this out. And I think that Danielle has been doing a lot of work to really kind of create really well documented clear, clear documents on sort of what's been said, what's been discussed here, and sort of recommended path forwards based on the feedback we've received. So yeah, maybe I'll just open it up to people's feedback to start.
Not seeing any hands in the room, but I do see a hand online. So let's unmute Mary.
I just want to make sure I understand this slide. So it looks like we haven't seen these, documented problem statements yet, but is what I'm understanding is that you're targeting them for review, or at least partially for review, by April 25th, and then after that, some of the problem statements will be done, and so then you can move on to policy development with some topics that are farther along than others. Am I getting that right? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. With the caveat that momentarily we're going to preview a few of them, and that these are largely included in our original discussion paper. And so we got some feedback right off the bat to say, hey, and that we've tried to we've incorporated some of that feedback to date, but we recognize that probably more feedback will be given as we move forward with this. But yeah, I think that's right.
And then for the ones that are, we still need to have discussion, is there a timeline for getting it all done, for all the problem statements done?
Yeah, really good question. We've talked a lot about this internally and about the different prioritizations. I think that we're going to likely need to I'll be honest about one of my challenges, and that every one of these topics I think is critically important to get right and to move fast. And so, which isn't helpful. And that obviously there's a lot of interplays between these different topics as well, where it's really hard to sort of say, no, we're just going to focus on this one portion of it without really thinking about how some of these other policy changes could impact any one piece. We also recognize we can't do them all simultaneously, and just from a functional standpoint, we have to go a little bit piecemeal. So my own take is I don't think we have a direct process forward in them. I kind of view that we're going to likely need to have more quick discussions around backstop and flex RA in the coming months, and that those might be sort of rise up in terms of the level of importance around those topics. But as well as I just think we need to get sort of maybe a little more feedback from the working groups and do a little more homework internally in terms of how we might sequence them. So I don't know if is that helpful? And maybe it's we're looking for feedback from you all too in terms of backstop. No, that really has to come quicker, because there's an interplay of that with everything. And so I think that's the sort of feedback we're still looking to have.
Okay, well, I didn't hear a firm date there, but
yeah,
I mean, I agree that we need some more discussion time on these issues that you have slated for April 25th. So at least I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Maybe after that, it'll become a little clearer as to where we are.
Yeah. It's probably almost equally a resourcing and time issue, to the degree that we're really going to start developing out solutions and having normal stakeholder processes on this. I think we can have more working group discussions around them. But I think that there's some sort of trade-off between having more discussion on more topics versus really getting into the detail and weeds on a subset of the topics. And so I do think on some of those other topics, we'll look to schedule them. My own take is I don't want to put them off too far in terms of actually having more working group discussion around them. But I think that next prioritization effort to say, hey, to the degree that there are certain ones of these where we get a lot of feedback saying, no, we're not ready to move forward with them, we need a whole lot more work. So we need more working group efforts around data analysis, define the problem statements, define the goals. That might sort of circle back to those having more working group time and focusing a little more on topics in the policy phase that are really ready to move forward. So yeah, I don't have exact dates, but yeah, I appreciate the question. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, Peter Griffiths, PG&E. I guess my question to some degree is the vision to develop the proposals and sort of all of this is the idea to some degree get some priority on things and then move to finish line on that before heading to the next one? Is that the thought? Because a lot of these things are very, very much interrelated, and any prior decision on any one of them can have a huge impact on the way we do other things. And so my concern for the most part is, if that's what you're asking about, then okay, I need to think a little more about sort of what the sequence might be if we're going to try to take them in sequence rather than try and have a more holistic discussion before going to a solution set.
Yeah, I think that is the feedback we're looking for. We've thought about, like, almost every one of these is intertwined with every one of these. And so, like, the part of the problem, to me, that was my boil the ocean analogy, is like just taking them all on simultaneously makes it really hard to move forward on any one of them. And so that, particularly there are ones I think are a little bit severable from the other ones, particularly I think around, like the issues around the default PRM counting and UCAP. They have overlapping design issues, and like there's certainly overlapping design issues with, people are saying like, well, overlapping design with outage and substitution, overlapping issues with RAIM and availability incentives to the degree that you might be addressing some of the challenges. But that seemed like one in particular that in our mind was sort of like a little bit severable, and maybe as one that can move a little quicker. And then as we develop those out, it could be a little more of like, oh yeah, if we developed it this way, this might give us an opportunity to eliminate RAIM or replace RAIM with some other mechanism as we move forward with the, particularly as we move forward with the counting rules. But it kind of depends a little bit about sort of how those would be, applied at, at different LRAs and what sort of the total package that we're looking at. But is that helpful? Yeah, I think my take with Peter is that your feedback would be really helpful in terms of that sequencing as well, because I don't think that we have a specific proposal at this time beyond my sort of initial reaction of saying that the modeling and the default rules probably is something that can move faster and move sort of in conjunction with a lot of Aditya's work on the modeling front.
I think, Peter, there's a recognition that there is packaging of certain topics together. And any feedback on that recommended packaging is definitely appreciated. I think the policy development possible topics, those are kind of, we're looking for feedback on what the problem statements are, what the solution set are, and those all moving forward, but recognizing that pieces of those are going to need to be packaged together.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, I think some of the things do need to be packaged together because they're much more interrelated than others. But I'm not sure I can identify those in any sort of comprehensive way to basically say, put these things together, hold off on these things without having to think about, okay, what sort of implications and decisions we make on one set of things is going to have implications on another set of things. And, those are certainly concerns about sort of how to think about going forward. Because I really sort of hate the idea of our making a decision in one course that we later then limits us to what we can do in another area, and severely limits us is the concern.
And I do think that sequencing, like at least in terms of how, as we work through the policy development phase, I do think that like, to agree that there are more than one of these that are advancing at the same time, I do think there's opportunities to say like, no, we really need to coordinate between these, it shouldn't be the case that once we move forward, these have to be uncoordinated as we develop policy solutions. Because to me, like there's a lot of these topics that are overlapping with other topics not in the RA space. And so like we've had a lot of discussions internally on, we had a discussion at the MSC on, where we present a little bit on what other RTOs do on performance incentives, and particularly, the paper performance in PJM and ISO New England, which looks a whole lot like a scarcity pricing mechanism, which is really between, just between entities that are sort of between suppliers that are sort of long on a given day where there's sort of reserve shortages to one, getting paid from people who are short on a given day during reserve shortages. And so there's a lot of topics like that, which it might cross over into sort of overlapping topics in different initiative spaces. So yeah, I totally get the interplays and what I think we're trying to figure, we recognize that from an actual implementation standpoint, when we develop these, we're going to have a process forward. But if you all have feedback to start with, I think that'd be really helpful. But yeah, so thanks, Peter.
Martha, if I could jump in for 1 second, one of the things that we found really helpful when we were doing this in New England was, and we recognize too, that there's so much interplay between the topics and between the markets, the capacity market, the energy market, the reserves market. One of the things that we did that I found really helpful, and I actually still have the documentation because I just found it to be a good way to sort of step through these issues, was to document very well as you're walking through the qualification, the deliverability, the measure of what you've provided, the settlement of the market. Every time we would take like qualification as an example, and every time we had a discussion and made a decision, we would document sort of the principles that we were applying when we were making that decision. And so we ended up with this sort of document, and it sounds kind of hokey, but it was our golden rules document. And every time we went through an issue, we adhered to like the principles and the what we were trying to achieve and what drove the decision, so that as we went through topics, we could sort of consistently look at the impact on the other markets or on other pieces of the RA construct and remind ourselves why we arrived where we arrived, and make sure that as those sort of sub areas were touching other pieces of the RA construct, that we were being consistent in sort of how we were designing the market. So I found documenting that and reminding ourselves consistently of the principles and what drove decisions helped us to make sure that as we touched other pieces of the RA construct, that we were being consistent.
No, I really like that. Thanks for that context. And yeah, let's follow up. I'd be interested in other parties' feedback as well. But yeah, really appreciate the opportunity
to just give people food for thought.
Yeah, we certainly have, like to read that we're doing such a large initiative with so many changes, there really might be sort of a chance to, like, as we develop each one of these, think about what those common principles are and how we're communicating those goals in a consistent manner and moving towards whatever that ultimate objective. So yeah, thanks Danielle.
Yep.
Just a quick follow-up on that, because we had already like a couple of discussions. Sometimes they're like kind of pre-consensus, I would say, but there was also like interesting stakeholder comments on like also potential analysis. CAISO did provide some analysis, but I believe there are also like some more analysis. So I'm not so sure, like also back to your point, Daniel, how you would be like document this working group into like a kind of policy development. So that's
I think
challenge for you.
Yeah, I think that's what Danielle's task. Yeah, so absolutely. I think that's right on. And we recognize the fact that, like, as we're, we probably should have been updating the discussion papers all along and providing that. And we got that feedback from people of like, yeah, it's true that we've had these discussions. A lot of the times we've been, and documenting sort of all of the different requests that have come in, and that we obviously have that in our comments. We just haven't provided sort of the full list, and a lot of the ones we haven't really circled back to as well. And so to read that we were originally, I think I was thinking a lot of these topics we circle back to, and that's when we'd be providing the data analysis. But based on a lot of the feedback we have, is like some of these really were like, hey, we really need to drive this forward. Like the working process should be over. We should be solutioning policy development. It's like that's sort of part of the different feedback from participants. But yeah, totally agree with you, Eileen.
Yeah, I'm working on that as we speak.
So Noah Tom from Middle River Power. I think for purposes of working grouping and policy development. I don't particularly think that it's necessary to parse out, here's this particular phase of where we are to talk about next steps in a sense with regards to, your box to the left-hand side. And so to me, like modeling default PRM default counting convention and backstop is essentially it's a planning paradigm for the RA program, whereas availability incentive mechanisms, outage substitution, and other things that I'm not sure about tangential RSC issues at this point with regards to operational. And so, yes, I completely agree with, and backstop would be probably on the former aspect. But I do understand how we treat potentially RAIM and so forth might impact what we put in as inputs and assumptions, if you will, for the modeling. But, it's slightly odd that we call out sort of exploration of UCAP almost like outside of default counting, when the ISO has default counting for every other resource. Like, you just look at wind and solar, it's still based on historical 3-year average from noon to 6 p.m. But I don't know if that's on the table in a sense, right? How much are we going to look at that? Or are we simply saying, well, that's okay because somebody else is taking care of that with the new exceedance methodology?
Yeah, I'll say, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that, like, for me at least, I think those are probably well linked in terms of like the UCAP and the counting. And I'll let I don't know if DT, if you want to weigh in on that question. But to me, I kind of viewed it as like having, we probably need from a process standpoint and from a modeling standpoint, being able to produce consistent and transparent results that have kind of have clear methodologies in terms of how we get to the counting of resources and the counting of resources, likely needing to reflect the relative contribution to reliability of the different resource types. And that all that would be done through sort of a combination of the modeling efforts in coordination with regulatory, LRAs, with, the CEC and various other parties. But those are all kind of tied together. And the reason why, at least I was separating out UCAP, was more of the fact that it had so much attention, that particular one, as a part of the previous working group topics which was likely also because, the CPUC, which, was roughly, one LRA, but roughly 90% of the CAISO load is sort of scoped that as a part of the RA proceeding in terms of prioritizing moving forward with the UCAP design as their party, and really kind of the opportunity to coordinate them on a really effective design that sort of could be applied more broadly to all our LRAs, and really kind of like getting in on that one maybe earlier.
Yeah,
as well.
So to the extent for Aditya's sanity and modeling purposes, maybe the first round or first phase of the LOE studies that he would perform be based on what we currently have based on the stack, rather than what we may change, because that might be just simply too many variables to sort of compare apples and oranges, right, to what we have now. It may be for the first exercise is, here's what the ISO needs in order to update its tariff, and here's how we envision the PRM to change as the default counting rules or the counting rules change as well.
That's fair. Yeah, thanks, Noah. But I want to go back to what Daniel was mentioning earlier on guiding principles, right? What is the principle on modeling space is to make sure every resource is counted based on its attributes and its performance, right? So with that in mind, thermal can be UCAP. As Partha mentioned, we've had discussions on that as an initial straw proposal that we bring to the table. We might just stick with the LCC methodologies for renewable resources. Peter has his hand up, so.
I'm curious because UCAP is a counting rule, but it shouldn't be an input into the LOLE analysis.
No, it is not. What I'm saying is when you run your LOLE model, you take stock of all resources in your system, you run your LOLE model, and then you come up with default counting rules that are based off of that. So you use the same modeling framework to calculate.
So to some degree, the counting rules are divorced from the LOLE analysis, as is the PRM, because the PRM is dependent upon the counting rules. But both of them are dependent upon the LOLE analysis. So, okay.
Peter, what I was saying was, since we don't have UCAP currently, it may behoove us to get a first shot at what an LOE looks like from the CAISO's perspective, based on what we currently have in the NQC list values, so that versus in the future 26, 27, I don't know, when this thing goes live, that potentially we have UCAP, then as we iteratively update on an annual basis or biannual basis, whatever it is, we will have those refreshed numbers.
I don't have a problem doing any of that LOLE analysis. I mean, I want to make sure that we are very clear about the analysis we're doing, though, because, NQC list, there are more resources than are on the NQC list. And if you're doing an LOLE analysis, you need to include all available resources. So.
Yeah, one thing to clarify, I don't think we have to wait long to get those analyses. That is already part of our summer assessment to see how we are doing with respect to summer. We do it in two different views. One is an LOLE analysis of the preferred system plan, and then we compare our stock of resources against the preferred system plan and make some conclusions there. Then we also have a view in Stack that we are currently building that takes into account the NQC values and exceedance methodology for some resources and assumptions around. All of that will be part of our summer assessment, can be a good starting point. What we're trying to do in this thing is to just look at what our shown resources would get us to understand is that sufficient and things like that. And then we'll have two opposite ends of the spectrum analyzed, and then we can talk about how to come up with a process that meets all of the needs of the system collectively, and how do we achieve it, and who does what, who pays for how much. Those are things down the road for us to figure out. But yeah, back to Daniel's guiding principles. What are we looking for? We are looking for a reliable system. We are looking for a system that meets a 0.1 LOLE. How do we measure that? Your wind is same as my wind is same as somebody else's wind if it is located in that part. So part of the footprint. So based on attributes and based on, there's so much to do in this space. So stop there.
This is a great discussion, but please, Steve.
I just want to make a quick one. I've been doing RA for almost 20 years. The discussions are almost all the same as they were 20 years ago. Nothing's moved forward. If we don't, I mean, I understand like Peter's comments that we need to make sure to consider all these things. Yes. But we also need to realize that there are things happening and we need to make changes to RA. At some point fairly soon, whether it's 25 or 26, BUC is going to institute its slice a day proposal. In 26, the CAISO is going to be part of VDAM. Those things are going to, I mean, I think there are certain changes to RA that need to address that. I think there are other things we need to address, the changing structure of the fleet and things like that. I think it may be time to start figuring out what it is we need to do and move it into the policy stage, because we could continue. I mean, we'd be having these workshops 10 years from now, and they'd be discussing the same sorts of things, and we're not getting anywhere. I think we need to kind of realize, maybe step back and realize, okay, what is it we need? What are the major changes that we need to address? I don't think we're going to, RA's been going on for longer than I've been working on it. I mean, they started capacity markets back east, 25, 30 years ago. They still don't have it right. They're changing them. Everything is changing. So at some point, we just have to say, okay, we need to make it better for now. We're not going to make it perfect, but we got to make it better. And I think that I just wanted to make sure that didn't get lost in some of the discussion that everything's related. Yes, but
right, sequencing and timing of the pain points, 100% agree. And yeah, to your broader comment, I do think that, yeah, almost every ISO has gone through multiple evolutions of their RA program design and changing resource mix and effective program design. So we're not alone. I'm sure this won't be the last time we're doing this. Hopefully we can make some improvement. Yeah, they're really needed. Yeah, maybe, and I recognize that we have 20 minutes, but we got a lot of substance. So I'm going to try to, at least what I'm going to suggest that we do is try to go through these pretty quickly. We might not have the level of discussion in the room that I'm hoping to have. Like talking a little bit about some of the problem statements around planned outage substitution. And so maybe we'll, so we're going back to slide 49. And this is really kind of maybe sort of the follow-up on today's discussion in particular around some of the challenges. And really the fact that what we really kind of highlighted at the beginning was kind of that the current rules requiring substitute capacity for all outages, they're designed maybe with a different paradigm, with the idea that there's excess capacity available and that this is available at commercially reasonable prices, and that we really need to revisit that substance given our experience, given the feedback that we've had, our experience with the change that we've made over, from the program design over the last couple of years. And really the fact that like our substitution processes are resulting in, often stakeholders not be able to find substitution, which are risking the health of the resources from a maintenance standpoint, potentially resulting in higher forced outage rates where the ISO is, where resources can't substitute and are really having to take these as urgent outages in order to maintain reliability. And they're really, overly creating tightness in the RA market are burdensome because there's really kind of a one-to-one holdback requirement where SCs are sort of, who are needing to do maintenance, really are needing to sort of line up and find their own substitute capacity in order to take those planned outages. And so that was really kind of how we defined out the problem statement. And that, I think what we're looking for is like, what's the feedback based on this discussion in terms of how we need to evolve that problem statement. I have some ideas based on sort of the feedback we've received, but we're willing to flip to the next slide as well. Yeah, this slide really kind of lays out some of those possible recommendations. And this might be like this is kind of jumping the gun a little bit. But I wanted to sort of get the discussion started earlier in terms of what are the options that people need to see. And so like really is kind of like the options. I think a lot of them we've really heard as a part of these discussions is there's kind of different ways in which we could approach the process. One was really kind of to address the uppers out front, either through sort of a resource counting and or sort of setting a higher PRM. There are obviously challenges of that given the different roles of the LRA play in terms of define the PRM. But those were one set of topics in terms of what we could explore as a part of the stakeholder process. Another one was sort of replacing the current RAS processes was really a pool approach. And we had kind of what I think is like a discussion between Noah and Nick on different sort of designs in terms of what, what an outage pool process could happen. But like, I think there's sort of common principles, which were really the idea of how do we get, how do we get this sort of out of the hands of each individual entity having to hold back capacity? How do we have a process set up where participants could show all resources to the ISO and really have more of incentive to do so via our processes? And so I think that like part of what we'll look for in the comments is like get your feedback on how will we edit that problem statement and how will we edit those recommendations in the comment phase. I recognize I don't really, we really don't have time in the room, and I apologize to do so to get sort of feedback. Well, I think we had really good discussion around these. So, and like, I'd equally be interested in terms of the feedback on, is this really ready to move forward? Like, we took this, we left this behind in 2021 with the expectation of we're going to pick it back up in a couple of years. And that we recognize the fact that, we left off with kind of where we started today, which is really, some sort of pool approach being a better solution to this issue. And is there additional data analysis that's really needed, additional discussion of the problem statements, or is this really ready to sort of pick back off a stakeholder initiative process based on what we've heard today? So, so I think that your comments around that would be, really appreciated. We're willing to sort of move forward as well to, and maybe I apologize, Harry, you have a piece of feedback?
Yeah, this is Perry Servideo, CISA. Can you go back to slide 49? I just wanted to point out, I really like the way that this problem statement was put together, recognizing the, sort of the tight conditions we're in now. And this is that, that common scenario, I think, that how people describe when the tide goes out, you see who's wearing their bathing suit. And it's really the tightness in the market. We can blame that for, why we're trying to address this stuff, but really it's just exposing the cracks in the underlying design that have always been there, right? And so I appreciate the framing here. On the next slide, slide 50, I just wanted to ask if you all have put together, or what would actually help us kind of think this through and might move us to the next stage on this, would be to see someone put together sort of if you're talking about addressing outages up front, you're implying versus, handling it, right, just in time outage management, RA outage management, right? So what are the sort of the pros and cons of doing it up front versus waiting till just in time? We were talking about some of that stuff today, but that would really help, I think, in people sort of assessing the benefits of doing it up front. Doing it up front has benefits, but it also has some cons to it as well. You lose some efficiency, some resource specificity, and all of that sort of thing. So if you guys could put together something like that just to help that discussion, we would really welcome that.
Thanks for the feedback. And we certainly can think about that more. I think there's also some questions here about sort of how people think about the timing of these and the solutions versus long and short run. I mean, right now, I think often with the really tight RA market, there's often this perception of like, what we really need is opportunities to make the market more efficient and to basically make sure that we're optimizing our substitution processes as efficiently as possible, not resulting in sort of each individual holding back capacity, making sure that maintenance is happening in a really timely manner because we need resources to be very reliable. In the long run, it might be the case where 6 years from now, people think about it differently and say, oh, very stale marketplace. These are some of the other mechanisms in terms of what would work effectively. So I think some of those like discussions on sort of timing might also be sort of worthwhile, and we can give that some thought. And so thanks for the feedback, Perry.
Thanks.
Yeah. So we did have a question in the queue from Kathleen. Is it okay to take that one?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Okay, thanks. I'll be brief. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I just wanted to respond to your specific question, Partha, like, is this ready for prime time? I think that I really appreciate it being included generally in scope of planned outage substitution. But as I was mentioning, it's kind of two issues, and all of the kind of possible solutions you have here are really just getting at the up to T-45, in my opinion, rather than the post T-45 challenges. So that other set of issues that even like DMM's presentation was hitting on, the need to kind of clarify and enhance the outage reporting. I just want to make sure it's in scope because it's, for us, the more painful part of this process. So I just wanted to, that is my only real comment, is that this isn't quite complete for the problem statement yet. So if we can keep refining that problem statement so that it can be ready for prime time, that would be great.
Yeah. Please provide that feedback in your comments. I don't think that we're mean to limit the scope of topics. That can be included in those ones, at least from my standpoint. But yeah, so thanks, Kathleen. So we're at the point where we have 10 minutes left, but now I'm trying to think. I think at the risk of, I was wanting to go through a little bit some of the problem statements. At least we got a little bit through the one on the default counting and PRM, and I'd be interested in, and maybe I'll go through the rest really quickly, and we can sort of touch on it some more. Would you mind sort of flipping forward to the problem statement on availability and performance incentives? And this is slide 56. So I'll recognize for these next two slides, I'm not going to be able to get through these. So we're not going to be able to have any sort of meaningful discussion. I'm not going to be able to read these off in the next 10 minutes. So like, at least what I'd say is that what we have here is in the public deck. We're going to try to provide more detailed information around these, but I think our goal is to really kind of say like, hey, we have a slightly edited problem statement, but we have a recommendation in terms of the pathway forward. What we're really looking for you all's feedback in your comments to say, hey, is this ready to go to that stakeholding process? With the full understanding that going to this stakeholding process doesn't mean we're done. It really means we're really prioritizing this topic and starting the hard work. And there's going to be a chance to iterate on goals. There's going to be a chance to ask for more analysis. We're really going to be diving into more of those, coming up with issue papers, coming up with proposals going forward, and those should be prioritized topics. So on availability and performance incentives is really kind of, we add a little bit of language to what we had on discouraging the showing of resources, as well as creating some of the operational issues when, and like I think this was something that was sort of brought up by a number of parties, including some of the generators, as well as I believe 6 cities, in terms of one of the impact on RAIN being a result of both. There's sort of people were sort of acknowledging the fact that our availability and performance incentives really aren't effective at getting the needed capacity or providing really proper incentives to take actions to be available. And to like, for example, are they really providing a robust incentive to do maintenance or take other actions to be available in order to minimize their outage rate during emergency conditions? But also the fact that there's kind of those fundamental issues with the RAM design, but there's also kind of recognition the fact that some people felt like even to read that we have this design effective and got the price level right, this also might be sort of resulting in extra capacity withholding from the market, being sort of withheld from the market and desire not to show it because rain was sort of seen as a penalty. So this was sort of seen as one more reason why parties won't show this capacity to the ISO. And so kind of have a pathway forward in terms of re-looking at this, but largely I think we're tying this to, doing this sort of in conjunction with the exploration around counting rule changes, and in particular UCAP, and just sort of to what degree can we address some of the availability and performance issues through capacity, through sort of having counting methodologies that reflect forced outages versus versus sort of just having a standalone, just having RAIN as it is. And then sort of I think there's kind of an open question of, as we develop out, let's just say, for example, UCAP, would we still need to have some sort of availability and performance incentive going forward, or would UCAP as designed be sufficient? So I think we're looking for feedback on that topic to say, like, do we have the problem statement right? Do we have the recommendation right? Or do you all have edits to it? Or additional data analysis that says, hey, we don't think this is really ready to go forward because you haven't defined this out right, and we need sort of additional discussion around some of these topics. We're willing to go to one more slide. Like each one of these really warrants more discussion. So I'll apologize I'm going through these so fast. What I'm really hoping is that we can get really robust comments on these and then have the chance to have more discussion next time. Please, Perry.
Yeah, Partha, thanks, Perry. Really quick though, just on this one, we did, I think, discuss this one a lot last time, and we got some really good comments in from Carrie Bentley at WPTF on describing, it's really helpful to understand the various purposes of RAIM. You can't say RAIM does this one thing and then say, okay, we can eliminate it right now. It had 3 other purposes as well. And that I'm just wondering if you all had put that sort of summary together since last time for us to consider in looking at this recommendation.
We haven't yet. We certainly can. The way I view
Even just something simple, short and sweet. Look, it has 4 purposes: A, B, C, and D.
Like partly, I think it's like that's part of the historical context to like this is what we defined it for.
Yeah.
You know, is it meeting the specified goals we defined it for, and sort of are there additional challenges we've identified or beyond those
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
That's a fair way to look at that availability and performance incentive issue. And I think that like the way I was thinking about moving this forward was more in the context of first resource counting, and then sort of working on a discussion, an issue paper that both sort of lays out in detail where we're at today, you know, with just the RAIM design and the stated goals under that RAIM program, and then kind of like, you know, the degree that we need to enhance those goals to say, no, really, we should be accomplishing X, Y, and Z because there's these inefficiencies that are still out there, either by the way the RAIM is constructed, or because we never had that goal to begin with, and that's resulting in some sort of inefficiency. I think we would be defining it out in that timeline, but maybe it's that we need
to. Yeah, even in that, you've kind of said in the context of resource counting, right? So you've already there for me sort of narrowed it into 1 out of the 4. It's for context. It's helpful to have the 4 in front. Yeah, that's my only point.
That's great feedback. Yeah,
okay. Thanks.
And maybe we'll try to get to the last one. I'm more worried that we're going to be you know, the last one. If you want to flip to the next slide, please. So we already kind of had some discussion around the default PRM. I think as Noah sort of alluded to, a lot of the stuff really kind of overlaps with, you know, how will our default rules under our tariff be applied? But this was really kind of maybe a problem statement, and this is really, I think, largely around the UCAP statement. Is really that, you know, recognizing that the current PRM, the county rules may not actually reflect forced outage rates, performance and availability, which has the potential to result in a less efficient system. And that one of the problem statements is really kind of revised, was new, was kind of in light of the structure, the regulatory changes happening at the PUC, including the scoping of UCAP and the RA proceeding. You know, there really was an opportunity to work with LRAs and stakeholders to create a more effective counting design and to eliminate and redefine our availability performance mechanism incentives. You know, taking that caveat that Perry had, we probably need to look at our performance incentives and what all the goals were of those different mechanisms and sort of what can be eliminated, what can't be eliminated by counting rule and design. So we have an updated problem statement we're looking for feedback on. And for the sake of time, we also have updated recommendations. And if you're willing to flip to slide 58, please. There's kind of a number of steps here that we're thinking about taking, including sort of we had feedback from the participants in terms of, you know, one of your essential elements is really kind of prioritizing, focusing on data transparency and reporting of forced outage rates. That was really sort of seen. The feedback we got was like that's really kind of foundational to whatever design you come up with. Is, you know, being able to use, you know, to use accurate forced outage rates, but also having transparency such that participants can see the data that's being used and applied in the processes. But really kind of the other two are, I think we've also discussed here in details, which were kind of working with the PUC and the CEC and other LRAs and sort of creating those structures, both with sort of generically with sort of the understanding resource contributions, as well as with resource counting for UCAP. then the final one in terms of recommendation, and then we got feedback on as well was, looking for explore counting mechanisms or tariff changes that directly measure limits accreditation, taking on the issues around ambient D rates. And so that was one that had a decent amount of discussion, which was really kind of the issue on ambient D rates was like, should we really have some sort of, field brought resource seasonal testing, the idea of some other, attestation process that people could have in terms of the resource being able to provide X amount in a given season. And so, for the recommendations there, I think we're really kind of looking for feedback again in the comments, or these are the right set of recommendations. Perry, please jump in.
Sorry, it's Perry at CISA again. Something that's really important to us, and I think that Noah Tong at Middle River Power talked about it earlier today, and I don't, I'm trying to read the wall of words. I don't see it, but we did talk about it today, so wouldn't expect it to be up there quite yet. And that's with the way that you would come to a forced outage rate using the NERC GADS data versus coming to a forced outage rate. If you tried to emulate that just directly from CAISO outage data, and it is even if it's a thermal resource, if you took the two and tried to get to the same number, you have to be very careful about the way that you do that. You won't get to the same number. So that might be part of the transparency here, but if you were then to try to emulate what you would do using NERC GADS, but only then for a separate resource type using a different set of outage data that's not NERC GADS, we'd want to see what the equivalent to NERC GADS would be. So just, I'm almost seeing a bullet just about exploring the true differences between using those two data sources. That's important to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Perry. Yeah, I really appreciate that feedback. But somehow we got through all the slides, and at least I'll recognize again, we didn't really give this the process I was hoping to give at this meeting. What I really wanted to do is sort of at least set up the conversation to get your feedback in written form, and that at least I kind of really hone in on some of the feedback on those problem statements that we're looking for is are those ready to go? Almost like a yes or no. And so people say yes, absolutely, or or yes, good enough. We need to keep on refining it, but I want to see this prioritized and move to the stakeholdering because we don't really need additional working group process on this. This is one that's urgent and we need to really prioritize doing, and that we can take up some of these refinements as we move forward. But as well as if you have sort of wording or feedback to either the recommendations or to the existing problem statements, we'd love to hear that in written comments, because I think that we are, I think as Steve, as you allude to, we're looking to move forward with some of these faster, and so we're really hoping that we can drive to some sort of consensus around these topics such that we can move them to the initiative stage. So so do you want me to cover the next steps?
I have another comment.
Okay, please jump in.
So sorry, this is Chris from Terragen. I didn't really get to weigh in on the next steps discussion, so I just want to take the chance before we go to wrap up the meeting to say, I concur with some of the others that want to get some action here. I think we have been talking about this stuff quite a bit, and CAISO tried to do this stuff back when I was at the CAISO, right? And we didn't accomplish a lot of actionable stuff back then, and now things have continued to evolve. And we had the discussion paper and the issue paper type of thing that we put out in this that said we were going to come up with the plan, then we're going to move into this seems like feels like it's just a lot of discussion, and I know that we got to get some of these things done, but to kind of, I think to Danielle's point about trying to put some of this stuff into a more formal document, I think part of that is doing some of the stuff that Peter said, issue spotting, where are there interactions between these things, and get that stuff more formally written up, because we keep talking about it and we see it in slides, but it needs to be in papers, right? We did a good white paper. You guys put out a really good white paper on the slice a day discussion. You don't have to do a holistic one that has every single thing in there, right? you could do one on some of these subsets of topics, I think, pretty easily, and get some more, finalize the problem statements, at least in a draft form. These discussion papers or white papers could have multiple iterations to them, right? You don't have to have it be final. And then we can get some feedback and refine it and then get another version. Same thing with the principles. Get the principles out there in draft form, finalize them. And then last but not least, you got to put out these recommendations, scope out more of the problem in writing, and actually get some more written stuff out there. The slides are good for helping these discussions along, but it's not good for us to give written feedback on. It's very difficult for me to say, what should I give written feedback on when I've got 110 slides to look at, okay? So I would like to just have the paper, some type of more discussion papers or issue papers or something like that to move into that type of a space now, because it feels like we're just going to keep spinning our wheels and not get enough done if we don't start getting to that. So I really wanted to make that point. Thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah, that's a good, I think like the place to start, I'd encourage would be like our previous discussion paper. And so it might be good in a lot of these discussions to go back to that. So we kind of have edited what was a little more discussion in that paper into slight modifications to it via the slides. But I think we probably need, like at least how I'm thinking about it, sort of starting with that discussion paper, thinking about how we want to edit the problem statements, add some of the substance, like, adding in some of the challenges and questions that people have had, even the ones that we don't have answers to yet. A lot of those are sort of for more data and more analysis around previous topics. But yeah, at least, I think that your point is well taken, and I think we're certainly thinking about how to do that going forward. My hope for this round of comments was still to have kind of robust comments around those, those problem statements and those recommendations, but it might be good to sort of reference the paper and to sort of poke into, hey, I really need more detail here in that paper design. And maybe we can think about sort of the timing and release of that to have, better comments and feedback based on sort of one holistic document. Because yeah, your point is valid that probably would be easier for stakeholders than just responding to these slides. So yeah.
But I do, so thank you for that part. Then my last point I'll follow up on that is that I do think that it's valid to just get the comments here, and then I think at that point you've got probably a pretty good set of feedback that you can then take that discussion paper and incorporate some of those edits and everything, and just kind of recap everything that we've had discussed, that is actionable, that we can move forward on, and kind of start to parse out, okay, these are the things that we have, some clear consensus on prioritization and a runway to start taking off on, and then we can talk more about the implementation and all those other timing things from there. Thanks.
Bertha, sorry, very funny. I don't realize it's 7 p.m. on the East Coast. Sorry about that. So we at Middle River had proposed, I think, either a problem statement 0 or problem statement 5, whichever one you guys want. I think there was 4 to begin with, right, from the ISO. So I'm not sure where that landed. And so was it 3? Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. And so I don't exactly know where that particular piece landed. For us, certainly it's probably part of the backstop discussions, part of the modeling discussion. And so however that feeds into your 3/4 problem statements, particularly to do with 0.1 LLE is very important for us.
Yeah, and that might be a good one for next time to take on, and maybe we can have something that looks like a refined problem statement for feedback, including some of the topics. I don't remember it all offhand, so I apologize. But it was really kind of like this to me. If I remember right, it was really kind of focused on a much more robust process for backstop based on our modeling and assessments. Is that probably a fair encapsulation?
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially roughly the entire, how does the ISO ensure that the portfolio that is shown to it is and capable of meeting the point 1.
So this is kind of almost the backstop, maybe overlaps to some of the portfolio assessment discussion that we had in previous iterations. But yeah, thanks for flagging that. We can think about how to raise that up at the next working group.
I was just going to ask, is that, I think I read that's on the agenda for April 25th. Did I read that right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
So like
thanks.
And like that may be one thing I'll highlight too for comments, and like please reach out as well, either to Danielle, Anya, or myself, that, we always appreciate when people are, volunteer to speak. Often what we've done to date is, as people have spoken, known as we've actually reached out to others to actually participate in the panels. But if anybody would like to, give presentations or share their perspectives with respect to, the backstop process in particular, I think we certainly welcome anyone who wants to sort of help lead and guide that conversation through a presentation. I think that'd be certainly appreciated too. So so at least I'm happy to close out the meeting. I don't know if, but I think our next working group is April 25th, hybrid working group, which it's an interesting world where all meetings, hybrid is actually just now means in person, because all meetings have an online option, it seems like these days. So at least I encourage folks, everyone who attended, really thank you for attending today. For folks who weren't able to make it, please consider joining us in person on April 25th for the discussion. And look forward to your comments and feedback on the discussion to date, as well as that pathway forward on the problem statements and recommendations we're looking to sort of drive towards moving towards the policy and solutioning phase.
All right, and with that, that concludes today's working group. Thank you all so much for joining us, and have a great rest of your afternoon.
That concludes our conference. All attendees may now disconnect.